Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Mm. Wom 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 wom. Oh why, oh why, oh why. Say oh why, oh why, oh why. Oh why, oh why, oh why. I say oh why, oh why, oh why. I say oh why, oh why, oh why. I say oh why, oh why, oh why. Actually, that's a new setting. So, save video as. Just when the fuck have I ever had a setting for save video as? Okay. Interesting, interesting. Here she comes in, bubbling, bouncing, happy like a teenager at the age of 19 in high school. I whore. Let me get this open. Stretch this open. That's a bad choice of words. Age 19 in high school. Most teenagers that I knew that were extremely happy were around the age of 16 and 19. And most of those that were cheerleaders that I knew were like 19-ish years old. Putting a lot of thought into words I'm saying. It's just a term of expression. I'm just a Carl. Just a Carl. I'm just a Carl. What can I do? Probably not doing that. Unfortunately, I did. Motherfuckers are slow. Motherfuckers are slow. Including the girls. The girls were slow too. I find it questionable how it's not a part of an academic contract that the cheerleader actually has to keep up on her fucking grades, but apparently the school system did not see reason. So your guess is as good as mine. Excuse me. What am I looking for? need this button, and then I click this button, and then I get this invite link, and then I copy this button, and then I put this button here. I'm going to take this button, and then I pin this here. Okay, there we go. A little bit smaller. That should be perfect. Which is perfect enough. Alright. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and children of ages that should be above the age of 18. This one is a personable deliverable asked for by Horror herself. The title of the video in the description is I Fell in Love with My Psychiatrist. Delusions, lies, and what everyone missed, plus exclusive from Downfall. I have no idea what we're in store for, but I imagine it's going to be decadent. Let us begin.
And he knew that, and he kept me for years as a patient until I was brave enough to leave him. I want to talk about it. Of course, I loved the attention. He just listened and nodded, and that's the thing about psychiatrists is that they're good at pretending to listen.
Look at that. It has not even been 20 seconds. Back that ass up real quick, girl. What are you talking about?
I loved the attention. He just listened and nodded and...
Yeah, a therapist's job is to listen. What?
That's the thing about psychiatrists is that they're good at pretending to listen.
Why would they need to pretend to listen when their entire job is to pay attention to certain key words that are a part of revelations that would lead to recovery and breakthroughs with your psychiatric need? The entire point of the field of psychology, at least through the forms of therapy that are not just talk therapy, is that you need to have a exquisite line of breakdown, breakthrough, and then discussion on concepts that you need to discuss with a person that you otherwise would not have needed to do yourself. Because your therapist's job is to help you through it. That's their job. Now, not necessarily it's to talk you through it, but their job is to at least listen to you and then say to you, well, did you think about how this thing that happened to you at age 5 might be responsible for the reason why you're blowing up angry at age 25?
You might want to hold the whole thought because it gets worse.
I'm just Carl. I'm asking questions.
I know, but it gets worse. It'll answer itself, I promise.
It just seems like spicy therapist drama, but the deeper you go, the weirder.
Huh? That doesn't make sense! How did that change so quickly in 2 seconds?
She's not wrong. She's really not wrong.
Gets. That's when he really started turning up the intimacy. Can you read minds? It's part of my design, my human design. People with completely open crown centers can often read other people's thoughts. I start emailing him my fun little emails, but he stops writing me back. It seems as though many people view what I'm going through as a crash out. Of course it seems like that.
Oh, and then this lady also uses ChatGPT as a side therapist to confirm that the psychiatrist is actually
Say hello to the 11,000 people that are on the live.
Just trying to maintain professional boundaries.
We might just be witnessing AI psychosis.
The Oracle is live with her army of truth seekers.
I am very good. More than good, actually. I am actually a coach for ADHDers. It says it in my bio.
You shouldn't be, bitch.
We're only a minute and 12 in, and this intro has me worried for my sanity.
You should be, but I want to preface I asked Carl to review this, not because of this particular story. The story is a venue for something that is way more serious, and that's the epidemic of nurses being abused in the workplace. This woman on screen, I believe her name is Clarice, or Cassie, or something like that. She is a psychiatric nurse that talks about her experiences in the workplace. And when I tell you, my ass was damn near sobbing like a baby listening to her talk and watching her and try not to cry. Holy fuck, Carl.
We're gonna get there. Buckle your seats, kids, and find your favorite drink. I have alcohol, I just remembered. Let's see here.
I should go pour me some sake right now, but I just can't be asked.
I've got Korean raspberry, wine special. I got smeku, boku banja. Ha. I'ma get it, bro. I also have water, but I'm gonna be drinking the wine.
Yeah. You took a group of passionate healthcare workers, of people who are in the job because they want to help people, and you pushed them to their absolute limits.
She needs to be stopped. How can he not be, like, accepting my advances?
Ever catch yourself building a whole imaginary relationship with someone after one good convo? Yes? No? Well, let me ask you this. Have you ever fallen in love with someone you shouldn't have? It's a tale as old as time. From Romeo and Juliet to that toxic ex you can't quite shake off, it's usually a recipe for disaster, right? Well, what if you fall in love with your doctor? Picture this. You're going through the daunting mental gymnastics of finding a psychiatrist. You scroll through a list of names and faces when one suddenly catches your eye. He's qualified, has great reviews, and bonus, he's super cute. You set up your
But what if it's a she? I'm just being a dick. I'm being a dick.
virtual appointment, everything's great, so you schedule another appointment, and then another, and over the course of a few years, you become obsessed and confess your love over a Zoom call. Suddenly, you find yourself reading into your doctor's every word, facial expression, and scheduling mishap. Now that he knows how you feel, is he holding back a lifetime of romance, or simply doing his job?
Dark romantic fiction has been a fucking negative quality ever since we let it into the hands of women.
Hey, not all of us are bad when it comes to that, okay? Not all of us. This is coming from a fucking middle-aged white woman.
You are a credit to your species, but there are so many.
Unicorn.
But there are too many of you.
Kendra Hilty, a crush on her psychiatrist over Zoom, escalates into what she calls a full-blown obsession and creates a viral
Over Zoom.
25-part TikTok story of alleged medical malpractice and manipulation.
Yes, the adult world's Discord, where anything can happen as long as the microphone's not deafened.
And psychological torment.
Check yourself! You're giving me more ammunition to share my story because it just goes to show how absolutely messed up the mental health industry is.
Example A. She might just be saying, listen, you guys are part of the problem of what we're trying to address here. It's like, every time a white woman's mouth is open, you have to be worried. Example, the DoorDash chick has been arrested, and there are still people trying to defend her. They're still out there.
Yep.
Every time the conversation happens, it goes from, you guys don't want her story to be told, to, well, she was lying, but this just shows and proves how big it is important that you need to listen. No! Enough about women's rights. It's time for women's wrongs.
Or women's lefts.
Now, y'all, the internet is divided, branding her either a troubled patient or a truth-telling oracle. Those are her words, with the help of the chatbot. But this story is about to unravel in ways that no one could imagine.
Oracle is someone who
Oh, no, I can imagine it. I'm just gonna be in agony while I'm doing it.
sees truth clearly when others are confused, speaks divine wisdom even when it's hard to hear, predicts the future by naming what's really happening.
And it's a dark-haired brunette. So unfortunately, the crazy fact of chat does not start at 5. It starts at 7. It is not a scale of 1 to 10. It is 7 to 20. When you get past 11, that's when you start crying.
You are the oracle.
Remember the very first question I asked at the very beginning of this about building an imaginary relationship with someone after one conversation? Those are also Kendra's words. Let me read the rest. Quote, ever catch yourself building a whole imaginary relationship with someone after one good convo? Yeah, same.
It's called a rose. And you charge it up, and you make sure you get the one with the little lip tip. Just bzzz, it solves that problem for you real quick, girl. I don't know how it is that Book Talk can do this, and somehow you decided, you know what? I'm going to get a whole ass adult to listen to my problems, and then I'm going to bzzz.
Oh.
Like, you don't need a friend like that. Sure, you need a friend, but you don't need a friend like that. The next sentence is going to make me angry, because it starts off with ADHD brains. The romanticization of having illnesses or deficiencies is a problem with white women too. It's a problem with all women, but white women especially, because they collect them like fucking Pokemon badges. I can now promise you, it is not going to get better when you've gotten the fucking delusion badge at age 50 and you think, I can fly now.
ADHD brains, fantasy equals dopamine, especially when we're craving connection. But sometimes we confuse potential for proof. This used to send me spiraling, overanalyzing text, chasing crumbs of attention, and calling it love. It felt romantic, but it was actually self-abandonment.
After I risked my life to see him, that's when he really started turning up the intimacy in our appointments.
According to Kendra, it was only after freeing herself from the twisted doctor-patient relationship that she was finally able to recount her side of the journey through a whirlwind of mind-blowing claims while the psychiatrist was forced to stay silent until now. Today we're going to hear from the psychiatrist through some video and audio clips that I dug up that I haven't really heard anyone else discuss that I believe sheds more light and context regarding his potential side of Kendra's allegations.
You and I have a really special patient-doctor relationship. And he glared at me with just venom in his eyes. And he said, you and I have a professional patient-doctor relationship.
And we're going to dive into multiple perspectives to address the question that millions have asked. Could Kendra's psychiatrist be a villain in the modern medical age, or simply a mental health professional doing his job under impossible circumstances?
It is so incredibly disturbing to me, the amount of people that are protectors in my condo.
You want to know why he was uncomfortable?
Predator protectors because they don't believe in your delusion?
Do you see the crazy eyes she gives when she says that shit?
I see the crazy eyes every woman gives when they say that shit.
That shit's scary. That's the kind of bitch that's gonna stalk your ass. And she does stalk him. Which is great.
Comfortable because he had probably played out that fantasy so many times in his head. And there I was.
The fantasy of what?
Speaking it back to him.
And listen, we're not just going to stop with that question. What started out as my attempt to offer a deeper perspective on a viral TikTok series, you know, the complex layers of alleged manipulation, stalking, doxing, fraud, and even AI-fueled conspiracy theories quickly escalated into an investigation of the horrific hidden realities within modern mental health care. A world that is far darker than most are willing to admit, except for one brave person who sat down with me for an in-depth interview, revealing the often violent, often sinister crisis that few are talking about. And the scary thing, if we don't find a solution to this devastating situation, it could greatly impact all of us. And this is what we know.
Fetch me one singular doctor that would diagnose someone with ADHD because they said their kid has an imaginary friend. I can show you 20 in the state of Georgia alone. And there's a reason why. And you know what the word is. And it starts with the letter A. Say it with me, horror. Affirmation.
Yes.
The psychiatric field, the medical field, and any means of attempting anything close to a diagnostic, let alone any follow-up medical care, has been ransacked by affirmation. Affirmation of pain, affirmation of thought, affirmation of concept, affirmation of space. It gets to the point where if I start listing out all the different types of means that they claim affirmation is used for, you'd think I'm describing the concept of space and fucking time. And that's how serious it is to them. And it's because their medical licenses are on the line, you see. It's not the transgenders this time, actually. It's the delusional women on the internet that then say, because this is a serious problem that needs to be discussed by a group, it means that if you ignore what I'm saying, you're one of the bad ones. That's what it's come to right now. They claim that affirmation is the most important thing to do, especially when a person is having a mental crisis. You can't tell me that I'm crazy and then put me in a straitjacket and throw me in an institution. No, you need to affirm my insanity, and you need to back me up. And if you don't back me up, you actually don't care about me, and I'm going to call and I'm going to have your license revoked because you're not doing real medicine. It is a serious issue. How do I know? Because it's what I used to do as a Fed. On the side, while putting people in jail by having to be the one that goes through their fucking hard drive, I was also the person that was putting people in jobs. And part of that, when you're a part of a Workforce Care Investment Act, when you're working for the Labor Department, is that your job is to basically be a pseudo-counselor. Granted, you're trying to place them in a job. I could care less about whether or not your mental state is fine. I'm more concerned about, can you press a button on a CNC machine? Can you bag some groceries? But oh my god, horror, you can just imagine. African Americans. Let me start the sentence over again. Inner city urbanites. I don't care if they're white. I don't care if they're black. I don't care if they're Asian. I don't care if they're some type of Hispanic or Filipino. Everybody's got issues. Some kind of generational trauma. Some kind of interpersonal trauma. Some type of fear or phobia. And some type of deep-set resentment or deep-set phobia that constricts them in a way where even normal conversation is impossible, let alone situations of familial intimacy, as in just friendships. Because one thing triggers them, and it sends them spiraling to a dark place. It is everything with the problem. Because they don't care about your emotional and mental state, the jobs, the corporations. They're concerned with you doing the job. Especially if you are a person being placed into a work. Because it's just a temporary position for them. If you're broken, they can fix you out for somebody else. Since everything is impersonal, it only adds to the heightened sense of, I have to keep it together and not crack under pressure. So then when you add in all the other shit, unironically, it becomes like egg cracking culture. There are some that are fucked up enough that they will do this to you purposefully. Those are not the ones I'm concerned with. It is the people who just are trying to get through, and they have to deal with their problems like anybody else does. And in the process of trying to deal with it, there's just something that gets in the way. It has always been a problem because, well, this time, black people, they don't go to therapy. Even normal individuals of society find it difficult to go to therapy. And it's mostly because most therapy that people see is talk therapy, and they think it's bullshit. They don't believe in talking through their problems. They don't believe in shadow work. They don't believe in meditation. They don't believe in any of the mental sciences that would explain how to deal with things like your dark triad emotions, how to deal with things like childhood trauma and repression, how to do something like breaking generational issues, especially if they come from a minority status. Because if the minority, say for Asians, have a culture where, as much as they could be spiritual and meditative, they are just a part of a 4th, 5th generation family, that there's just nothing but hectic chaos to the daily job, and that person happens to be a part of a family that runs a business, what they think needs to happen isn't going to be fulfilled if the parent doesn't see reason to help them at a young age. Then when they get to an adulthood, then the problem just metastasizes further. So the problem continues only because it is a thing in society, as a societal cope, that people don't see it as important. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody else says, like, this is not a real thing, so it continues to be a problem. And then for the people that understand it is a real thing, but they want to use it to their advantage, it creates a never-ending cascade. It is a cascade failure. And yeah, that's not even adding on to the avid addictions that a person can have, including caffeine, legal coke, alcohol, drugs, sexual deviancy. A lot of these problems technically get solved with just having sexual discipline. Like, that's the problem with African American males, if you want to be specific to a group. Like, when you teach men sexual discipline and general discernment about changing the environments that they put themselves into, it changes like a light switch. Because we be liking some toxic ass shit. We be liking some toxic ass women. Why? Because they're exciting. They're fun. You never know what's gonna happen. It's like a bag of sour Skittles. You can never figure out which one's gonna cut the roof of your mouth. But it's exciting feeling the crystals crackle against your South palate. But you eventually know you're gonna get yourself cut. And the goal is to, like, I want to have a satisfying experience, but have the risks and flair. And when you multiply that, you create more and more issues that then need to be addressed particularly. And that's not even addressing, like, the spiritual side of things. Because there's groups like the Pastoral Institute, which we have here in the state, which choose to come to the psychiatric field from a religious standpoint, where they have actual professional therapists, and they try to tie it into faith. Sometimes doesn't necessarily work, especially if the person has no spirituality to begin with. And God is nowhere near this video, I can tell you that right now. God is nowhere near this video. Let's get into it.
I would really like to discuss what happens when we fall in love with our mental health professionals.
In early August of 2025, Kendra Hilty, a 36-year-old woman living in Arizona, dragged her controversial heartbreak out from the shadows of her private life and straight into the public spotlight of the For You page. Kendra posted a jaw-dropping 25-part TikTok story titled, "I fell in love with my psychiatrist and he kept me anyways."
I fell in love with my psychiatrist and he knew and he kept me until I had the strength to leave after 4 years. Here it is, part 1.
As the title suggests, Kendra set out to disclose her salacious story of alleged provider abuse with the world, hoping the algorithm would carry her story to every corner of the internet, reach other potential victims, and call out mental health professionals who were now the ultimate villain in her eyes.
No more clinical torture chamber, please. This has gone beyond what I have ever imagined. And it's also proving to me how important it is that I continue to tell my story.
Now, as you can imagine, it didn't take long for the entire internet to become captivated by her series, leaning into her dark and twisted story as it unfolded.
The world thinks I've gone crazy.
And he asked me, he said, "See you next month?" See you next month? He hadn't ever asked me that before. And I looked at him and I said, maybe.
Over the course of a month, Kendra peeled back her romantic connection to her psychiatrist layer by layer, reaching tens of millions and dividing the internet into basically 2 camps of belief: those who dismissed her strange romance as a symptom of clout chasing or mental illness, and those who stood behind her.
Mental illness. Mental illness. Mental illness.
It's definitely mental illness.
Validating her allegations. Now, all of this is based off of a one-sided telling of the story and speculation, which she invited in by making the series.
People are asking me for more concrete evidence, and this is when the concrete evidence really starts. I'm aware that many people don't believe me, think I'm lying, think I'm fabricating, and that's okay.
The controversy escalated to a point of doxing, comments being disabled, people losing their jobs, and yes, we will get to all of that. But first, oh hi there, hello, hi, it's my face again. If you're seeing me for the first time, welcome. My name is Swoop, and I'm a documentary filmmaker, commentary creator, and I make what we call Swoop docs on complex stories, true crime, and social media influencers who abuse their power and manipulate audiences because, as I always say, it's not drama, it's dangerous. We emphasize critical thinking and also present different perspectives, and sometimes, depending on my mood, sometimes we take it to Petty University. I'm a woman, a survivor, a chronic pain fighter, and I'm tired of the bullshit. So if you're tired too, go ahead and hit subscribe. And actually, y'all, okay, I went on the back end, I looked at the data, and I saw that 40% of you who regularly watch or listen week after week haven't yet subscribed, and many of you actually might not even know that you haven't subscribed. It's the free and easy way to support what I and my team do here, help us keep the lights on, and be part of our journey to 1 million critical thinkers. We are so close, I cannot believe it. It's actually kind of blowing my mind. And the best part of subscribing, besides the community, the bigger we get, the bigger the stories we get to cover. I also, of course, have a second channel called Swoop 2, where we do skinny dips, not deep dives, they're just little dips. And we also have our very sassy Patreon community, which I love our Patreon community so much. That's where you can get exclusive access to 4 more videos per month, plus the entire back catalog. That's 4 more exclusive, uncensored videos, including the Patreon-only podcast, extended episodes, and stories the platform just kind of won't let me cover here. Okay, real quick before we dive in, I have a question. Does anyone else feel like the internet knows way too much and is way less safe? What if your own
ad reads. One of these days I'm gonna have to record an actual real ad read and not one that's specifically for the fake radio station. I don't know how I feel about it. It's whatever. At the same time, I don't know how I necessarily feel about large blurbs before content. It's from a different side of the internet that I'm not necessarily used to, but it is what it is. Girl gotta make money. I ain't mad. Excuse me.
information was out there. Did you know that your personal information is sold online? Like, I bet if you Google your name right now, you'll probably find your home address, your phone number, email, your family members' info all over the internet, all without your consent, just waiting for people like your creepy ex, your old boss, an internet troll, or identity thieves to find you. It is so important that you know you have the right to stay private and protect your personal data and your safety. And that's why I use Delete Me, and I think that you should too. So a huge thank you to today's sponsor, Delete Me. Delete Me is a hands-free subscription service that finds and removes your personal information that's being sold online and helps remove your info from search results to help protect your online privacy, which is so important in these uncertain times. Our personal info is literally scattered across hundreds, if not thousands, of data broker listings. They've got full names, home addresses, phone numbers. But Delete Me's privacy experts scan the internet, find where your private data is being sold, and remove it for you. I started using Delete Me a while ago, and it was incredibly easy to set up, and it was actually shocking. With just one report, they scanned over 2,500 data broker listings, looking for my and my family's info, and found and removed personal data on over 40 plus data websites. And honestly, I gotta say, as a woman who's been through some things, that means everything to me. And
realistically, whenever those things happen, it's basically somebody who's skimming your information. It's not necessarily that somebody's specifically targeting you, it's that they're looking for any kind of data that's free and accessible, and it's through a company process called Spokio. It's data sellers that are already contracted with big websites. 1 second, chat, I'm being called. What was I saying? Oh yeah, data brokers. It's what we call a Google scraper bot. It's a bot that just scrapes your online profile, which is why there's so many companies that push you to have VPN, which you all should. It scrapes your shit, pushes a VPN access plot, and tries to figure out what you're doing, when you're doing it, how you're doing it, to figure out how best to attack your process. It's not a really good thing to deal with, most often than not, because it ends up being a thing that causes more problems, especially down the line when you're dealing with it as a part of like your day-to-day. So if you work a job like horror does, I don't know what horror does, but I'm assuming it has to do with up security. If you work a job like horror does, or you work any of the jobs that I used to, where if you access a secure data line and you leave open a vulnerability, it is possible for somebody to socially manipulate through the means of social engineering or just general brute forcing through a network to get information that they otherwise wouldn't have had, and if you did not leave open the vulnerability, it's very important to usually deal with that kind of problem thusly. Otherwise, the vulnerability itself then leads to not just data being sold, but access to shit being sold. It's one of the few things that's important when you have to have like a password manager or a authenticator like Authy. Like OAuth is not a joke. Just simply buy a VPN at best.
What's even more relieving?
Data scrapers are useful to like stopping people from spam calling you or sending spam emails.
Is Delete Me will continue to monitor sites and repeat the removals as needed, so you don't have to worry about it in the future. Honestly, I think of Delete Me as digital self-care. So seriously, if you've ever applied for a job, a dating website, donated to charities, searched your info, or signed up for nearly anything online, your data is out there. So if you're ready to protect your personal information and help protect your privacy and have some peace of mind in uncertain times, right now you can get 20% off Delete Me consumer plans when you go to joindeleteme.com/swoop and use promo code SWOOP, that's SWOOP, for 20% off your Delete Me plan. That's joindeleteme.com/swoop and use code SWOOP to get 20% off because your information belongs to you, not the internet, so take it back and treat yourself, honey. You deserve it. Okay, back to the doc.
I fell in love with my psychiatrist, and he knew that, and he kept me for years as a patient until I was brave enough to leave him. I want to talk about it.
It started out like any TikTok story time, the glow of the For You page broadcasting a brave and vulnerable tale of what Kendra had allegedly endured, starting with a video and a caption that reads, quote, "This story has been weighing on me and I will share, but first I'd like to hear what people have to say and know that I'm not the only one."
I would really like to discuss what happens when we fall in love with our mental health professionals, and most importantly, the fact that there are so many people, especially men, that are emotionally dead inside, that feel called to going into psychiatry and therapy so they don't have to feel their feelings.
Red flag! Red flag! Red flag! What are you talking about? Men are abusive and monsters that feel nothing. So they go into a field that's based on helping people because they just like control. It's a man's world! There are thousands of women like this on the internet, chat. There are thousands of women. You might even know one. If you're not careful, you might become one. Don't say stupid shit on the internet. Don't do that. But if you have to say stupid shit, please make sure that you're doing it in a place that's embarrassing enough that we can notice it later on in the future. Oh my god. So, like, how do we even start off? No. The job of a man is to help, just like the job of a woman that is a therapist is to help. They don't go into the field because they have this need to control and this need to abuse. Why would you say that? I know why you would say that. Let's move on.
But they can feed off of the vulnerability of their mostly female patients. What do you guys think?
Well, Kendra.
Okay, so here's the question with that. Before we can go there. Mostly female patients. Because women are crazy? You heard it here first from a woman, chat. Don't take it from me. The woman said it. But no, mostly female patients. Why is it mostly female patients? Is it because men do not feel like they can be able to tell their secrets to other people, let alone to a licensed professional? And that it has become stigmatized to the point that a very particularly famous Sar amongst the therapists, he's catching so many strays right now, that's not fair. A very professional Sar up to the stars, especially in broadcasting, has made it seem like it's just a thing that should be treated like it's not a serious concept, particularly leading to probably one of the most high-profile suicides in creativity as well as in content creation through no fault of his own, or that in therapy they do not believe that their problems will be solved because they do not see how a female therapist might be able to understand them and feel like a male therapist may be pathologizing them into something that rhymes with thin cell. Could it possibly be those reasons? I think so. That's not to say that lol incel is the only reason why men do not go to therapy. It's the same reason why blacks don't go to therapy as a demographic. They believe it's a waste of money, because it is a lot of money. Unless you can get free therapy, and even then, people will not see the value to it. They see it as a waste of time. They see it as a waste of money. Men in general, if they're at a therapist, they're not working and they're not having fun. Because therapy does not feel like fun. Talking about your emotions is not something that is a fun thing to deal with if what you're doing is avoiding them. Just as is for men as it is for women, having somebody piece together and also go through your life piecemeal as you explain it to them, when what you want to do is you want to be heard, but you don't want to be criticized, is very difficult as well. It is hard to bring yourself to a position to put yourself in the vulnerable state to another person's judgment, especially if you spend a lot of your life, or have spent a lot of your life, my particular problem, being criticized by other people, which can then lead to ego trips and power trips, which then is where you can see the biggest breakthroughs, because it is through the ego death of that protection, of what is effectively is crutch, that leads to recovery. And Lord have mercy, if there is not a single thing that you can pathologize white women as having an addiction towards, which is aggressively terrifying amounts of sex, specifically this control mechanism, this physical control mechanism that allows them to do what they do in society and not have to face the judgment that comes with that. So book talk. If you were to look at all the women that could be pathologized as like one of those, how many women amongst just the neighborhood alone, how many people in my audience would be like, this is very targeting to me. This is very targeting. I'm just a girl. I'm just a girl, and sometimes on Friday nights, I like to go out. I like to wear, pastel pink lipstick, and I want to get pounded in my scooter on Friday nights. Just like Butters. And it's just like, it's no problem with that. It's not an issue. Like, go off, girly. But at the moment when you're like, and the only way that I can feel like I'm alive is when he has a butterfly knife to my neck, and he's telling me that nobody can ever have me because he'll be the only one, and if he's not the only one, then I'll be alone forever. This girl's just Niagara Falls. That's where most people become concerned. That's where we would say, go to therapy unironically. Because if it's not just a kink, and if it's not just youth amongst the youths, ages closer to 20 than they are to 30, it is usually, for men, being groomed by a woman, for women, being groomed by a man, if not a close familial person, someone like a grandparent, pray to God not be a father, male step cousin, something, some moment in their past that made them the way that they are, and rather than address that, it's just, no, push it down, 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 just like your head. Just push it away. Because confronting that is scary, because then you have to deal with all the other things you've been ignoring too. It's never not just one thing. It is a step of other things. It would be great if everybody in society were to go to fucking therapy. Hell, imagine if the only thing that would have been solved with a particular Austrian painter's career, rather than becoming a military expert, is if Ava had just sucked his dick. Sucked the skin right off of it. And then fed him grapes. Could save a lot of problems in society. But unfortunately, things are as they are, and no amount of jokes that I could make topical on this moment will take away the fact that, no, therapy is a thing that is seen as a female field, because women get some of the deepest psychological traumas and issues, because they are some of the most vulnerable, if not the most vulnerable target, if not the most vulnerable sex. They are the most vulnerable because that is how life works. Young boys are as vulnerable as women, and women are always vulnerable because the emotion is what gets them. The suicidal empathy, we've learned to call it. They feel a lot, and in feeling a lot, between the head and the heart, it makes them unsure and unsteady on what to fucking do. Because they don't know what the necessary right choice is. That's how you get things like transgenderism backdoored in society. Not because transgenderism is not a thing that doesn't exist. Not because trans people aren't real. Of course they fucking are. The fact is that there are people that will use that suicidal empathy against them, and like the fucking scorpion or the frog, by the time you realize that motherfucker's about to sting you, they've already said, and now you're dying in the river saying, but surely I thought we would both get across.
Like that recent incident that's gone on?
Yes.
Have you heard about that?
The one where it's the guy that looks like they are a man, but it's actually a woman that's like getting off of HRT.
Are you sure about that one?
I'm not particularly sure. I just kept saw that video get posted
the
everywhere.
Gold's Gym fiasco.
I think that's the one I'm thinking of. They were walking towards camera on the left of the wall, and somebody put a camera on them saying, "Hey, what are you doing going in this bathroom?"
I guess something like that. But I've not heard anything about it being somebody transitioning off of HRT.
There have been multiple stories like this, but this particular one I'm unsure of. Do not take my word for granted on this one.
It's the black woman who was in a the black lesbian woman that was in a gym bathroom, and she was showering, and this person came in to call her a bitch.
Nope, different story. But continue what you're saying.
And she complained about men being let into the locker rooms for women and making them uncomfortable, especially since she is she's a how do I want to say this? She has been a victim of sexual assault before.
She's an assault survivor, yeah.
She felt very uncomfortable having somebody that very clearly isn't trying to pass walk into the locker room and talk to her like that. And instead of doing something about them, they threw her out and canceled her membership. Which is bullshit.
Yep. 1 second, I'm being called out of the room again. Excuse me. I believe in just both situations. It was the fact that there were men that were denying that they were not obviously presenting as a type of man. If my memory serves me correct, I do not think it is. It's a problem, whatever way you want to look at it. Because there's like, the infinite fear that exists is that you're going to let your guard down, and then that's going to be the moment that shit happens.
Yep. I'm glad you asked. I think several things. Number one, Kendra immediately opens the door for people to share if they've ever, had feelings for their doctors, which could be a helpful conversation for some people. But Kendra also does something else here. She intentionally makes a broad statement about mental health care providers as being emotionally dead inside, which she states it as a fact, even though this literally cannot be proven. Like, how do you prove that somebody is dead inside? Now, actually, if I think about a few, okay, no, but yeah.
The fact that there are so many people, especially men, that are emotionally dead inside, that feel called to going into psychiatry.
As we move through this story, I want us to be mindful about, rhetoric that could be damaging.
Ain't no motherfucking person getting into psychiatry and dealing with people who are mentally unstable to get their rocks off. That's not what fucking happens. You're absolutely retarded for that take. No. There are men that chase after crazy bitches. Destiny. But they don't go into psychiatry. They don't go that far. I don't think you realize how long it takes to get a fucking degree. And how much money goes into that. Just saying.
Yeah. It would unironically be easier if you wanted to go chase crazy bitches to unironically become a broadcaster than try to go into fucking therapy. Because then if you go into therapy, you have to do this thing called work.
To both patients and mental health care professionals. Yes, of course, there is room to scrutinize, harmful doctors and certainly pharma and insurance companies. What the hell is going on? Everyone needs to just calm down and take a nap. Today, we're also going to dig deeper into other perspectives, including hearing directly from her psychiatrist. Yeah, dug them up, found some things. Now, initially, Kendra's first post had a semi-viral kind of niche following that sparked an important conversation about medical malpractice.
That conversation was as small and as niche as the conversation as TikTok girl. In other words, known as front page, posted everywhere, because that's how the algorithm works. Even though the algorithm now exists inside of America, because we have the servers on US soil now. It is by design that it gets viral through crazy people, allowing crazy things to let them believe crazy bullshit. That's not a good thing. It's half the reason why the platform pathologizes what it does currently. They don't trust. And they don't trust not for an illegitimate purpose, but they don't trust because they believe that if they were to trust the apps to do what the apps are supposed to do, that it's not real to them. To which I would say, fuck it being real to you. This is not a fucking socialite game.
Nope. And with, all of this newfound attention, Kendra started her official series with a brand new part 1. So like a part 1, part 2, part 1, a second time, whatever you call it.
So I decided to go back on ADHD meds after many years of being off of them.
You need more than that.
ADHDers to be on meds. So I decided to make an appointment with a psychiatrist. I just Googled psychiatry in the city that I lived in, and I went with the first one that came up.
I think it's great she understands her needs and took steps to help herself. With that said, though, I do want to jump in here and warn you again to just be cautious that whether it's intentional or not, Kendra is going to be problematic about ADHD throughout this entire saga, in my opinion. This is just the first of several kind of sweeping broad generalizations that she makes about people with ADHD.
It's very important for ADHDers to be on meds.
Y'all know around here.
Motherfucker, I am not on the same kind of meds as you.
Some people are on uppers, some people are on downers. Whatever the fuck she's on, it's not good enough.
No, because she's not treating the right thing. It's way deeper than ADHD.
Share, some of what I live with, not just because it's my channel and I can do that, that's part of the content, but I also share in case maybe it hopefully helps any of you watching feel maybe a little more encouraged to share. That was something that I never saw growing up. I didn't have people around sharing and talking about their experiences and how they related to mine. So I always kept it bottled up because I didn't see that. So I want to make sure to try to be a person who doesn't stay bottled up so that maybe you won't either if you don't want to. You know what I mean? I myself was diagnosed with ADHD, and I know that yes, medication can help some people, but it's not necessarily right for everyone. You have to work that out with your doctor, because for me, because of my chronic illness, fibromyalgia, I'm not able to tolerate medications the way a lot of other people can. It makes me just cringe a little bit inside when I hear someone say you must be on medication. Like, girl, do you want people like me living with our heads over a damn toilet all the time? Okay, it doesn't.
Milk was a bad choice.
Here's how to survive the holidays with family as an ADHDer in under 60 seconds.
Now, it became clear pretty early on that ADHD was more than just, a diagnosis for Kendra. It was a key part of her online presence and
online personality. She made her disorder her personality. And any person who could probably argue with her became seen as a person who was unhealthy for them to be around. Not unhealthy, unsafe person to be around because of affirmation.
Content.
And also, if you want to know, if you want tips on how to deal with family during the holidays, dude, if you start feeling overwhelmed, just go find a quiet room and chill out for like 20 minutes. It's literally all you need to do. Just saying. Man.
Used by neurodivergent people to help with focus and concentration.
By the way, surprise, surprise, she was selling an internet coaching course of a thing. Yes, for a low, low price.
Of course, of course.
See,
of course she is. Of course.
See, I cannot go onto TikTok now without constantly getting those posts that are basically men and women like making a pseudo viral video that just doubles as an ad selling me shit. I cannot escape it. To the point that I've just started reacting to it now. At first, it started as a joke, okay? There was a BBW dating service. There was apparently a transgender dating service. There was a femboy dating service. There was a tomboy dating service. There was the fucking Shilajit pills. The fucking gas station pills. White women saying, oh, he had me on the wall like this. You gotta take this 5 times a day. You can get in the TikTok shop right now. 10% off. Obviously, the Underbrush Company. Technically, it would have started with Dexter and the Moonrocks and his their viral means of using the hot girls of TikTok and shit. And then, of course, every time a BBW with an ass size the size of fucking 2 moons of Jupiter stuffed inside of fucking flannel pants, somehow selling you some stickers and shit on the side, if they're not also a porn star. Thanks, Clinton. Every single time. It is now an inescapable concept. I actually long to see drama on the platform, because that's the only thing that breaks up the monotony of constantly being sold shit. I started reacting to it as like a joke, but now the entire platform of TikTok is nothing but ads and shops and sales. To the point that one of the fucking tabs on the site specifically is to take you to the TikTok shop where they are selling those things to you because they get commissions for it. Like, thirst traps were one thing, right? But a thirst trap ad? Come on. Unironically, the Twitch thoughts do more work. Granted, it at least is better than seeing 15 posts of Quan Mills. Which is also another problem, too. Because that's what then also adds into shit like book talk being so prevalent. There are plenty of creators out there that for every person that's like the creator of Jaden and Jasmine, that's like Liddell Parks, there's a Quan Mills that's making their own version of Chuck Tinkle Adventures. And then there's plenty of stories being written by men and women that are on Book Talk that feature that same level of viral marketing. But it's the fucking algorithm that feeds people doing it, where it's like it's become itself a meme, so it's not taken seriously. And then you got people falling down these mini pipelines that all lead to the same place: unhappiness.
For all your ADHD needs, please proceed with caution. That's all I could say. Proceed with caution. With a new massive audience locked in, Kendra started to reveal more and more details about this tense attraction towards her psychiatrist.
Which follows the exact same patterns of somebody who's trying to groom an audience into trust, especially through the kinds of means of trust that we recognize in this streamer world, which itself is a danger too. Oversharing information, giving away information that nobody needs to fucking know or needs to hear. Believing that if this information is not given away, that it means they're not being legitimate and being authentic. Words that when they leave the mouth of somebody like myself, which it's bad when I do it too. When it's words that leaves the mouth of a person like myself, it feels like, oh, well, that person must know what they're talking about, so I just need to take their word for it and not, like, argue with what's being described. But no, it's a problem at all times because they never actually take it as a serious problem. Because everybody else is doing it too. So what they say fuck me for?
I booked a 90-minute intake, and I show up to the intake, and this man is my age, and I can't help but notice that he's pretty attractive, this psychiatrist.
First of all, listen, okay, I am not coming for Kendra today, okay? I'm genuinely just curious about this story. But with that, I don't know why Kendra described her intake appointment as her showing up, because this was all done over Zoom. It was not in person, okay? None of this story was in person. Well, except for, we're gonna get to that, but
So I didn't understand how psychiatry works. So because he was figuring out my med dose, I saw him every month.
Now, for those who are unfamiliar with psychiatry, very, very loosely speaking, a psychiatrist's role is essentially to help guide a patient through mostly their medication journey. Like, they'll typically have an intake session where they ask you, a ton of questions about your medical history, and that appointment can go generally from like 5 to 10 minutes, maybe to 15 minutes to an hour and a half for like a very thorough intake appointment, but that's just the intake and the rest of them are gonna be
Yes, very thorough intake.
pretty short. Now, once you establish a treatment plan, you'll check in with your psychiatrist, usually monthly, to see how you're responding. You'll particularly have to do this if you're prescribed like a controlled substance, where in many states, if not maybe all states, the law requires an appointment with your doctor before you can get a refill.
He just made me feel like I was his friend. He was really, really...
Again, this is the job of a therapist. Much like debates on the internet, a job of a therapist isn't just to validate your concerns and your feelings and to allow you to feel as though what you're doing is legitimate. Which is not to say that it's not legitimate, but not to say that you're not crazy for doing wild shit should you do things like this. But it is because their job is to make you comfortable so that you are in a mental place and space that is aggressively safer than would normal be for you to be able to address your comments, questions, and concerns. The job of a therapist, just like the job of a coach, is to put you in a mental place that is amenable to the process of success and follow through. If a person were to betray your trust by using this technique to basically angel of music you into being their little subby dummy bottom coming wummy boy or girl, they have abused their authority over you. And they should not be in the business, and you should report them and make sure they lose their job. However, I don't know what would push a woman to act as though even a fucking Zoom call has some level of intimacy in it, unless she just really needs a friend to talk to. Now understand, chat. We're talking about this, okay? This is the woman we're talking about, alright? Look at her. Look at her. She's like the young version of that old, dried, aggressive husk fish from fucking Star Wars The Force Awakens, alright? But women like this need dick too, bro. And unfortunately, this is not a problem of like dick. She needs actual serious counseling and maybe a straitjacket. If she's going to imagine conversations over Zoom being more intimate than they are. Because realistically, when you say, if you want an aggressive therapist, try a drill sergeant, I don't know. My generation does not appear to be capable of dealing with a drill sergeant, because they're the kind of people who want to swing on somebody who speaks to them aggressively without realizing it's about breaking down the mental barriers and building you back stronger. That entire concept is gone, I feel like, from my generation entirely. Especially young men and women. Between the ages of 14 to 29. At some point, the adult switch gets triggered in their brains, especially if they're acting fast, and nobody can tell them nothing. So if somebody gets in your face like this and is telling you, I need you to do this and blah, 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 it's like imagining somebody getting into the face of someone, like a professional wrestler on the WWE, and they're doing the Steve Austin thing, where they're just mogging them, and the deep depressive thought to just lead arm them right to the face is invasive, which is a part of the problem. No one's really capable of doing that. And that's an ego thing, right? But Zoom? Really? Okay.
funny and cracked jokes and told me
Being personable? Enjoying your job? Clearly he's trying
God forbid somebody tries to connect with you on an emotional level.
Clearly he's trying to fuck you, girl.
he was impressed with my running that I would do, and yeah. So of course I loved the attention that I got from him.
Oh my god, you needy bitch. Get a dildo. Get a fucking vibrator. Holy shit.
He showed interest in my squishmallows and labubus. I'm going to ritualistically sacrifice my blood, and then I'm going to masturbate with this hair dildo I made out of his discarded long locks I got from picking through the carpet.
No, she can't even do that because she's doing this through a Zoom call.
It's from her dark sparking, but she's gonna imagine it. Oh my god.
White girls fuck dogs, they fuck 'em. White girls fuck dogs, they really fuck 'em.
So far, all this sounds like very normal interactions from her psychiatrist. All while Kendra
'cause it is.
thinking, hey, this guy, you know, he's pretty cute. He's looking real good. Ooh, I like the way he's, you know, But I think what's most interesting to me is that this isn't actually him giving her, like, attention, you know, like romantic attention or whatever. This is literally a doctor doing his job and getting paid for it. You know,
And it was in my third session with him, because at this point we were all on Zoom, that I asked him, I said, hey, do you mind if I call you by your first name? And he's Pakistani, so I said his first name wrong. And he said, well, it's pronounced this, but yes, of course you can. And he seemed so smug and happy with himself. And I know that that is because that was his first sign that him pretending like we're friends was working.
Y'all see where this is going, right? You know, she has decided.
Tinfoil hats.
Pretending that he's my friend by doing his job correctly. That's how he knew that he was getting into my pantaloons.
Trying to show that he gives a fuck. That he actually cares about my mental and physical well-being. Oh my god. It must mean he wants to smash. Holy fucking god. Alex Jones levels of tinfoil hattery.
After feeling the need to point out he's Pakistani for some reason, that he tells her how to pronounce his name because she asked, and therefore must be smug and manipulative.
And to be fair to me, I had only ever been to therapy before. I didn't realize that, you know, it's important to call your doctor last names. I mean, I did know that. I did it with all my other doctors, but...
Now, we're going to start seeing a pattern here with the way that Kendra
speaks. You just contradicted yourself, you stupid hoe.
Where Kendra speaks in these kind of very confusing, like, loops of contradiction, whether she realizes it or not. You know, once...
She's justifying it to herself, and she's looping on herself to make it sound more real. It's what fangirls do whenever they're like aggressively cliquey and want to gossip. Like, oh my god, girl, his dick was sticking. It was so big. It was so big. You know, you could in my hand. Like, oh yeah. Ah! You know, they roll their eyes back in their head and they start looking like black people that have been captured on body cam when they're assaulting police. Just it's the exact same face. It's the exact same motion. We used to have a word for it. It used to be called squeeing. S-Q-U-E-E-E. Just squee! Just so happy to be alive. The hills are alive with the sound of coochie. And it smells like ration grace potatoes and mac and cheese. With the good Velveeta.
Disgusting.
I'm not the one that made up the fucking joke, okay? I'm disgusted, but I know that it's true.
It should not smell like cheese. It should not smell like cheese.
1 second, she wants us to be fair to her and understand that she didn't know you should address your doctor by their last name.
I didn't realize that, you know, it's important to call your doctor last name.
And then she immediately, after saying that, contradicts herself, saying, well, yes, she did know that, and addresses all of her doctors that way.
I mean, I did know that. I did it with all my other doctors, but it just showed that the boundaries were blurring. I knew that.
Whenever we dive into
The boundaries were blurring because I decided that I didn't remember the thing that I was supposed to remember with the person I'm supposed to remember it with.
I'm too Coomer brained. I need fuck now.
To a story and try to understand what is happening, I have to remember that not everyone who's, you know, posting something on TikTok is a reliable narrator, especially when they're, you know, posting story times for views and getting fed by the views and the attention.
So from then on, from my third session on, I started calling him his first name. And then he just started turning up the volume on us being friendly. First 6 sessions.
What does that look like? Him turning up the volume on you being friendly?
Fucking retarded, that's what it looks like.
He asked me after the meds, he said, how's your bowels, bladder, and appetite? And I would say they're all normal. And then he would ask me any thoughts of harm. And then on our 6th session, when things were really, you know, the chemistry was starting to be there before, like, I didn't realize it. I was like, oh, this man's just friendly. And he said, I have to ask this because it's a special interest of mine. But is there any thoughts of harm? Like, I was special to him.
Respectfully, that is not what that means. Unless she's, you know, left something out of her story, which I guess is possible. Her psychiatrist saying that he has a special interest in knowing if she has, you know, thoughts of self-harm does not mean he thinks she's special, quote, special in some type of romantic way. Number one, psychiatrists generally should at some point ask about potential self-harm ideations to better inform their treatment plan. But number two, and this is a big steamy number two, I did a lot of research into her psychiatrist because not only am I a thorough bitch, I have been deeply troubled by the fact that we have only heard one side of the story, Kendra's side. He literally legally cannot say a damn word about his interactions with his patient because of HIPAA laws. He literally cannot do that. But I did dig up and listen to several interviews with him, yes, the psychiatrist. I haven't found anyone else who has done this, who has listened to him, and I do think there's something lost here when he isn't represented in any type of way whatsoever. Now again, even though these are publicly available online, I'm still going to, you know, go a step further and alter his voice some and keep his name and the sources of where these came from private and all of that. I think, like, for the sake of the Swoop doc, I'm gonna call him Dr. X. Now, if you happen to know who
Dr. X is in the lobby, ready to serve.
Give it to you. Go give it to you. X. Go. Sorry.
Our brains went in the exact same opposite directions there.
I mean, how can you not?
I mean, I was gonna do it like as a slow jam.
It's the reason why I can't be scared when playing Resident Evil 2, either version, because every time Mr. X pops, that plays in my head.
We miss you,
I can't
Earl.
take it seriously.
We miss you, Earl. Come back, Earl. You need to be reincarnated.
Dr. X is, as always, please don't say his name in the comments. Don't send him or Kendra any messages. So, who is this guy? Who is Dr. X? Well, let's start with why he chose to become a psychiatrist, in his own words.
What inspired me to become a physician? Actually, you know, being a physician was a backup plan for me. This is actually a second career. Initially, I wanted to be a ninja. However,
I like this guy.
I realized that there are some occupational hazards associated with it, so I had to leave that dream quite early. But to be a little bit more serious.
So right off the bat, Dr. X is making a joke. Shocking, I know. Kendra said, you know, he made a couple of jokes on Zoom, and here he is, making a harmless joke about wanting to be a ninja before, you know, he continues on.
You know, being a physician, it's an honor to be in this position. I think on a very basic level, we need a desire to help other people. And you're going to hear that over and over and over again. But it really is a basic tenet, because otherwise I think it becomes difficult to do this job if there's not a natural tendency for that to be there.
So now we learned that according to him, Dr. X is motivated by a desire to help people, and he considers his job an honor. Now, yes, of course, this is just one clip, but at least it's giving some more context, albeit limited.
There's something really honest and vulnerable about the relationship that you have with a patient who's looking to you for help, for something that's happening in their life. There's trust there, and it's something that is hard to put in words what it's like to connect with someone on that level.
So according to this clip, trust is a very important foundation for Dr. X as a practicing psychiatrist. And trust is going to be a common theme that Kendra condemns.
I wouldn't trade it for anything, despite my early wishes to be a ninja. It's something that I'm incredibly proud of pursuing this field. And it's something that every single day I want to just strive to be better at. I'm a long way off, but we're gonna get there.
I found another interview that he did about a year ago where we get some insight from the host of the interview, who is also a doctor, where they both worked at a premier treatment facility together, who is familiar with Dr. X's patient feedback, so has direct knowledge of patient reviews.
Pause. Is this just pro-therapist propaganda? No. You should have therapy even if all you do is write down, "Dear Diary, on Tuesday I was able to overcome the fact that I no longer cry when I see pickle jars." Shadow work is probably one of the most basic forms of therapy that any person can do for themselves, to themselves, for themselves, by themselves. And it is not hard to understand the importance of it. Whether or not you take it as serious or not is up to you. I ain't gonna make you do nothing about that, not applicable. But propaganda. Look at all these white women out here in these fields doing all these crazy ass shit. Do you think it's propaganda that these people need to be put in a fucking hospital for their own care and concerns? I don't. It's important. They need it. They need it. They need it. They need it.
Of Dr. X. So let's take a quick listen, and the first voice you'll hear will be the host speaking to Dr. X.
Really excited about this interview. Really excited to talk to you. You're one of the providers who I get a lot of really positive feedback about. I know a lot of patients find you to be a really big help. I also know that you're really passionate about continuing to learn and grow as a provider and kind of dig deep into the science.
It's very kind of you to say, but I have to give the credit to the patients. They do all the work.
Yeah, good. Yeah, that's a nice attitude, but I'm sure that there's something that you're doing there. I don't know if you know this, but I think fellow doctor has told me that he sometimes compares how many positive comments he gets to how many positive comments you get. I don't know if that's a one-sided competition or not.
I'm gonna have to talk to Dr. about that.
So it sounds like Dr. X potentially has a lot of positive feedback from patients. Now, does that mean Kendra's experience is therefore not valid? No. It doesn't mean anything other than providing some more potential context around an otherwise silenced person in this story facing a lot of accusations.
So let's just start with kind of what's your backstory? What got you into medicine?
It's not that much of an interesting backstory. I was born in Bonn, but I grew up in where I developed a deep love for soccer and hip hop. Education was prioritized in my household, so there was a lot of encouragement to be, a lawyer, a doctor, an engineer. It was pretty.
Considering that he is a person that's, I believe she said Pakistani, just somewhere from the Fertile Crescent, that follows and tracks. They always send their children to America because they can get better education here than they can there. And usually the technique is to bring them back home to try and enrich their countries, which I'm 100% for. I'm for them being here. I'm for them going back home and doing what they can to fix their country so it's not a shithole, so that people that are negligent and would seek to abuse our trust as an American society do not stay here because they know that it's a shithole and they don't want to go back. But at the same time, it's like, I think his parents didn't necessarily nurture his desires as a child, and that's why he is the way he is. And what happened here is that because he has a personality that is not the fucking wet piece of toast, this woman thought, a man! Because he was able
Let
to...
me do it. A man!
Just because this man was able to crack a joke and a smile, and she's like, I need his cock, I need him inside me.
Pretty common. I ended up in medicine, and it was in medical school and during some research projects around that time where I developed an interest in psychiatry.
Oh, that's great.
So let's rewind back now. Remember when Kendra said that Dr. X took a, quote, special interest in if she had thoughts of self-harm, therefore meaning that he must have found her special?
He said, I have to ask this because it's a special interest of mine, but is there any thoughts of harm? like I was special to him.
Oh, I hate it here already. So I did a little more digging because, again, thorough bitch over here. Hi. And I found another interview with Dr. X where he quite literally discusses his, quote, special interest. Now, what could this special interest be? A hidden passion? A dark secret? Or something far more professional? Dr. X has been involved in the development of novel antipsychotics revolving around the use of ketamine for advanced treatment of depression, particularly for patients who are dealing with suicidal ideation, aka thoughts of self-harm.
And it was also used to...
Pause. The problem with the plan of the third world of studying in a first world country and them going back to improve the country is that why would he come back? Well, Yan, surprise enough, there are some people that actually have this thing called national pride. I know, it's weird. You look over at Britain, it's like, what national pride? You look over at France, what national pride? But there are some people in countries like ours that they can have pride in their country and they would like to live there. They like the culture there. They like being there. They have a tie to the country. And more importantly, they have a desire to see it better. Sometimes, if you look at it like this, some people come from a trash heap. And if a person comes from a trash heap and everybody's trying to claw them back to stay in the trash heap, you'd think, well, why the fuck would they want to go back to the trash heap? It's a trash heap. And unfortunately, the negative and positive consequences of this logic follows through with what happens. That's why you have people who are constantly importing infinity migrants. Sidebar. The idea of immigration implores bringing people from a shithole to a place that's clean and nice so that they can improve their life. Because who wants to live in a shithole? But you see, the problem with bringing people from a shithole country is that if they are not a person with an exemplar mind, they have shithole thoughts. Who would want to live in a shithole? People who love living in a shithole. Or to put that differently, who likes rolling around being a nasty little dirty piggy in mud? Dirty piggies that like being nasty little dirty piggies that roll around in mud. Is this a joke about the poop throwing festival? No. It's just truth. But this is also...
That's what I was thinking about too.
But it's a part of the... again, like, it doesn't matter if it's Japanese culture. It doesn't matter if it's African-American black culture. It doesn't matter if it's African-American suburbanite culture. It doesn't matter if it's white woman culture. It doesn't matter if it's fucking Wisconsin cheese. It doesn't matter if it's fucking Vermont cheese. It doesn't matter if it's Vermont syrup, maple syrup, Canadian syrup. Any person could have a justification to say, listen, I came from fucking squalor. Fuck what I want to go back to the hood for. The hood is trash. I want to live in the mansion. I want to live in a $1 million Bel Air mansion. Because that's what I was promised. I was promised the American dream. And the problem is that with places like South Africa, not just African Africans, but South African Africans. Belle Delphine Africans. Almost said Elon Musk. Actually, no, Elon Musk also applies, actually. But let's choose somebody who isn't nepotistically from money already. South Africans would come to a country like ours, learn the medicine. Learn medicine like ours, and then go back to their country, because in their country, the ANC government would seek to kill people who would want to do good for the country because of the color of their skin. If you want to see what it would look like if Nazi Germany had won and their ideology had become normal, look at South Africa. Look at Africa as the whole. People who live in villages, people who live out for gimme-dats, they take the money of rich people, they swindle them, and they have nothing to show for it that enriches the people there, because if I beg enough for it, somebody will give me a tractor and 40 acres and a mule, rather than working to get 40 acres and a mule. Because no one wants to teach a man how to fish. They would rather feed a man a fish. Because, hey, look, they're starving, they need it. No, they know how to do it. They don't care. They don't want to. Because you think it's that, oh, they don't know, I have to help them. No, they don't care. This is now African thoughts. I'm not directly quoting it. I'm just telling you the truth for myself. It's African time. Like, I'm not going to do it, because if I wait and I beg long enough, somebody will come along and give me what I want. But I'm too stupid to recognize 10 seconds from now that I'm the same person who made that decision in the past as I did in the future. So, through the greatest level of intelligence that I could have. Not even Daniel Breaker in his breakout role in Passing Strange would be able to teach me that the consequences of my actions are going to affect me later down the line, and by the time I get that 40 acres and a mule to be a farmer, I can't understand that the reason I had a lot of good crop yield is because I spent money and then recouped my money into fertilizer to get good crops, to get fertilizer, to get good crops. No! Sell it all away. Stardew Valley it. I'll get more in the future. Somebody will do it for me. And then you're poor again. Back in the hut. Living in the dirt and the mud like a shitty little piggy, rolling around with the filth, with whatever society you want to use as the imposition of my point. They, as a culture, as a people, ethnically speaking, they are a mindset that is like mud. Whenever a truly inspirational person comes along in a generation, in a society, they understand that in order for the place to stop producing shit-thinking people, you have to create the environment to create good opportunity. Let's use the black example. The hood is always violent. There ain't nothing but gangsters, thugs, chicken heads, and sluts. There's nothing good that could come from them. One man who seeks to bring health care and spirituality to their people comes out of the muck. And then he learns. And then he goes back to the hood. Man, we don't want no fuck nigga right you around here. Man, fuck you, man. You ain't doing nothing for me, man. Like, bro, I'm trying to bring us all up together. Man, bring this gun to your chest, bro. Run in pockets. When there's more people who are willing to live in the filth and use the crab in the bucket mentality to hold down an entire group, and it's not just a group now, it's society as a whole, but small. Let's start small. When they are willing to hold down an entire group's behavior because they are unwilling and terrified to live differently because they don't understand how to do it because it's new to them, it is the very example that creates the outcome that becomes what haunts a culture and a society permanently. For the African American black vernacular, for the African American political culture, what it even means to be black somehow means that you have to be a hood nigga, you have to become a hood nigga, you have to sell out, and then make a lot of buku dollars and live in a life of luxury while the place that you came from becomes not even a dust bowl anymore, not even a spot on the map, but becomes a dilapidated place that becomes condemned as a town and is erased from the map because where you came from was disgusting and you should never go back there. Some people actually have affinity for the country or affinity for their hometown or for their home state, and they want to see that home state prosper. Hell, there are plenty of fucking rappers alone, including Cardi B, ironically, that actually like the place where they live. They like to see that their place becomes a place where other people can have the same opportunity. If New York City, for example, were to actually live the standards that are in some of the Broadway musicals, they would have never voted for somebody like Mamdi. But unfortunately, he is a theater kid, and theater kids politically are fucking retarded because they have suicidal empathy. They don't care. They care about the end state goal and about feeling good in the moment. They too experience African time. And they will destroy themselves in the process of doing so, because what feels good in the moment is not the same thing as what will feel good later. Delayed gratification versus instant gratification. Loyalty to a concept that requires more than just tribalism versus spirituality and thus a collective thought of uplifting others, not because they are of my tribe, but because they are of my people. If you want to look more into that, go on to fucking TikTok and fucking look up, like, conspiracy theorist versus Womp Tomp. It's literally two guys that speak on this exact concept of being tribalistic versus having societal standards, because it implores and it impounds on a moral right and a moral quandary for good, rather than the tribalism of in-group preference and friend-enemy distinctions. You should want to do good for everyone, obviously, but if you can't do well for everyone else because everybody else doesn't want to come with you, how many times have I said you can't teach hunger? You have to be able to do for yourself so that you can eventually do forward for the country rather than just for the people you know. Because not everybody wants to get out the hood. Some people are comfortable there.
To treat major depressive disorder when there's a presence of suicidality. And then just looking more broadly at the literature, ketamine's benefits have also been noted in cases related to trauma syndromes, PTSD, obsessive compulsive disorder, bipolar depression.
Those people, the individuals who really struggle with, like you mentioned, ideation, and this doesn't seem like medication can really help them. And then we have something like the ketamine. And I know that your practice, that you're the director of ketamine services, I'm sure you have seen the really positive results in your own practice.
See, this is why I stress the importance of hearing, the multiple perspectives in these, stories that we cover, especially, these days when finding, humanity and compassion seems to be the last thing that some people want to do.
Because most people don't have a concept of humanity, because they believe everybody's dead inside. I'm for psychotherapy, to be clear. Just find a lot of therapists' worldviews to be objectable/counterproductive. I'll send you a code for self-authoring if you haven't done it and want to. Sure, send it to either my Twitter DM or to the Discord server in Afropic, if you're not already in the Discord server. I can't remember. I know Exocrusher's not in the server because he doesn't want to be, because he doesn't want to do Discord. It's hard to remember how many of you guys abstain. But yeah, I can understand that perspective, because it's the same thing with influencers, right? To me, I am no one, and I should not be listened to by you guys if the thing that's not coming out of my mouth makes sense to you. Even then, with the level of knowledge that I know shit, that does not beat a better licensed professional that's more up to date on shit. Because that's like saying, listen, I only take my advice from Asmund Gold clips. We are not professionals. We are not trained and licensed professionals. We are niggas. We are niggas and niggettes on the internet. We are niggas and niggettes on the internet with opinions. We have them, we're loud about them, and occasionally we may or may not get some things right or wrong, depending on how smart we are. But I'm pretty sure that I know in this subject matter what I'm saying, simply because it is true. Crab in a bucket mentality, especially when it comes to the proper ways to have therapy, is a very big common thing, because it's something that's dominated by women, unironically. So many of them are so prepared to deny the truth of something that is evident upon just witnessing conversations as a normal individual. It is prevalent enough that it has become a running gag and a joke and a meme, as well as a reference. And unfortunately, in the world of memetics, you do not need to have truth in order for a meme to be real to people. It doesn't have to be rational. It can just exist because it does. And as long as the person in question doesn't actually have to address that concern at the time, they can just ignore it for as long as they are willing and able to. Because who's going to tell them that they're wrong? Not the people on the internet. Not the ones that they identify with. Those are their friends. Friends don't tell friends they're delusional. They should. That's what friends are for. To tell you when you're fucking crazy. But friends don't tell friends when they're delusional.
Have you seen the politicians lately?
So I was seeing him every month and just gaining more and more respect for him, because he would just tell me these little things about his successes and all of the cool things that he was doing in his life. And it made me fall for him, honestly. And he was really good at listening. And I mean, he's a Pisces, right? So of course.
Oh no.
Oh no, it gets worse. I told you it gets worse.
Mark the charts, chat. She said the magic word. He's a Pisces, so I could really tell that I'd really be into him.
Of course he's gonna be there.
Yeah.
Aside from the fact that doctor might be the first person I've ever heard complain about their doctor listening to them. Part 4 is especially concerning when in the same video she severely escalates the claims. First, she essentially calls Dr. X a predator while begging him to be her therapist, even though that is not the job of a psychiatrist.
So I would beg him to let me see him every week. Beg him, because my therapist at the time, he was fine. You know, he wasn't a predator. He was fine. He just wasn't doing very much for me.
And then Kendra takes it a step further and doxes him. Yeah.
And so I went back to just being okay with seeing a month while he was giving me these little breadcrumbs of making me feel special, telling me about his professional achievements, and it worked. I was really impressed.
Now, while we have, of course, muted the doxing where she literally said his name, she did not mute it. Now, I don't think I have to say this, but I will. This is It not only violates his personal privacy and that of his family, if he, has family, but it creates a dangerous environment where his life, his career, his colleagues, his family, they could all be threatened, stalked, harassed, or even worse. And he cannot defend himself without potentially losing his job, again, because of HIPAA laws. He literally cannot do anything or say anything, which I kind of believe at this point Kendra likely understood, and that makes this all very troubling to.
And that's where Carl gets angry. So,
you should be.
For the people that are slow and or did not realize I posted things, I have posted 2 videos that are basically responses to each other that come from the TikTok girl story that went onto the application that we covered on the stream that effectively antagonized a guy by putting him in a position where he was unconscious in his home after he ordered DoorDash. And she then chose, of her own choice and her own volition, to put him out there on the internet.com and look to get him removed from the app because it's a man's world. Men are victimizing us. They feel so confident in choosing to expose themselves that they'll order food like this and just look, his cock's just right there. His cock's right there, just right there in my face. And the problem with that story is that young man did not realize, because this was the rumor that we all thought was the case, and it was revealed recently because she has been arrested for 2 counts, one for the dissemination and the other for the interest, that she's going to go to jail because of her desire to expose this young man out there just because she felt some type of way about it. And in that situation, it's usually impossible for men to be able to deal with that, because in order for him to deal with that, he has to be able to defend himself. And he can't defend himself. For the same reasons when a person like myself, smaller content creator, were to get attacked by a bigger person, we would not have the space or the room or the energy or the time or the realization to know that it's happening until somebody comes along and tells us that it's happening to us. Because it's usually done in that way by design. It is usually the intention of a person to catch us unawares and to put us in a position where we cannot defend ourselves from accusations like that, because clearly they must have known that they were doing it. Look at them, look at them, look at them. They know what their job is. They know what was entailed. They understood exactly what they're doing. It was their job and their goal and their point. There are plenty of cases where this happens all the time on social media. And the reason why this is a problem, even when it comes to the best case examples that we cover, where we have Google Docies, is because any person can just get on the application on Twitter.com and just lie out their fucking ass. They can just lie, frequently, no matter what they do. They can just lie and get away with lying. Because in order for them to get caught, it means you need to have the information at the time to defend yourself to begin with. Then, you add on the fact that it is happening in such a way where he would never be able to defend himself like this, because how the fuck would he be able to say anything? By addressing the fact, by addressing the fact that he is being antagonized by his patient, he would have to reveal how he knows he's being antagonized by his patient. Therefore, verifying that he has violated his Hippocratic oath to do no harm, and also making it seem as though he is a malicious predator who is taking advantage of the fact that this person is doing what they're doing online, on social media, and that through some means and no fault of his own directly, that he is now a part of the problem that he swore to fight against. And this girl, who is antagonizing him, the same way that girl, whose name I can't remember, Henderson something, chose to antagonize that DoorDash driver, the DoorDash customer. She has all of the power of being first to the topic and first to explanation to be seen as truthful. Because, hey, why would women lie about that? They understand how important that is. That cope itself is the reason why it's so fucking annoying. Because this is what social media has become. This is what weaponization of therapy language and therapy knowledge has done. Not just therapy knowledge, mind you, but any topic under the sun that could be studied as deeply as women have a desire to study true crime. And this is a woman thing. Maybe it's a little bit of an interest. Maybe it's a little bit of more of morbidity. Whatever. You wouldn't let me DM you on Twitter, so I see it on Discord. I'm gonna look into that real quick. But call it whatever it is. Call it the ideation. Call it an interest. Call it whatever. There is a deep concerning. I got it. There is a deep concerning desire and issue that there are people that will take information that they see on the platforms, they will weaponize it in their life, and they will turn around and say, I see nothing wrong with me doing this. Actually, it's my job to do this. Because they do not give a fuck about the fact that they are putting people's lives at risk. It's not real to them. Because they don't care. Why would they care? That involves them actually having to see the real consequences. It's just a social media app. It's not real life. And because it's not real life, they'll keep doing it. As many times as they want. The only thing that would stop them is shame. Shame and being exposed. It used to be shame and smell. Because the kind of women who do this, you can smell them from a mile away. And it's unfortunate that the society has gone on as it has because of it being a gynocentric culture, leads to women believing that it's okay to do it. Because, hey, I'm exposing a predator. I'm exposing bad men and bad women behaving badly. They victimize themselves. In a way similar to that interviewer that was interviewing Sydney Sweeney. Because the word that you're looking for, chat, is sniveling. Sniveling. Sniveling cowards that hide behind the protective status that we afford people in this world because we believe a person would not do something as evil as exploit that position in society that was designed to protect them, to save them, to secure them. But unfortunately, it is the case that there are people who would victimize that and that there are people who would abuse that. Because they've been trained that that's what you do. When you are a person that comes from a group that has no power, you do whatever you can to get power. Again, sidebar. Let's go back to what we just talked about with having pride in your country. Remove the pride to magic dirt. Pride in your ideas. Pride in yourself. Pride in your abilities. Meritocracy. Why would a person want to have pride in their work when they can just backstab, destroy, manipulate, and work themselves up to a point where if they want what you have, they just call you a rapist? Yeah, I heard Singapore calls rapist. Yeah, he rapes women. Just look at this woman. Look at how she looks around him. Look at the looks that she gives him on her face. In another timeline, somebody could make up lies, and already has technically in this one. Someone could make up lies about somebody like me and destroy me and my platform, and then take from me what I have. And it would be so easy to do. Who's going to stop them? Hell, technically it already happened. Thanks, Natalie Casanova! It already technically has happened. And the reason why it didn't work is because a bigger person used his platform to prevent that from happening. Hi, Keemstar! A bigger person prevented that from happening. And just by casting doubt, it stops it in its tracks. But there's not many times to know this is happening. That's why the most dangerous kind of woman in this world is a fast-ass white woman. Because they know that they can use the victim status. They know that they can use these tactics. They know that they use these explanations. Because to a normal person, it sounds rational. Like, hey, I feel like my therapist might be manipulating me into falling in love with him. What did he do, girl? He listened to me?
Oh my god.
He asked me how my day was?
Oh my god.
Like he said his favorite flower was a tulip, and I just was wearing tulip that day. It's a match made in heaven. I need him inside me.
Oh my god, girl, he's totally into you. You need to go fuck him like right now.
Like, I need him so raw. Meanwhile, the therapist is like, I am your doctor! It's my job to do this! 5 weeks later, single player Carl, my therapist, is trying to manipulate me into having rough, dirty sex on his velour carpet. I'm doing a 56-part tell-all series. You need to retweet carlisapedophile.com.
Guys, keep in mind, this guy cannot defend himself.
And the thing about it that's wild is that every time we've had recovered something, like the Book Talk creator who had an affair with a woman, and that woman was angry about the fact that she couldn't manipulate that man into leaving her, where the manipulation was obvious by the fact she had the Google Doc open in front of her on her goddamn counter, and what reveals it is the fucking backlight of a reflection from her fucking vanity mirror exposing it, or himself exposing it and talking about it publicly. This man does not have the ability to be afforded what us as content creators would do. Because on one hand, it's all drama. It's whatever, right? Biggest story, biggest sell wins. He can't talk. He can't even legally speak because of HIPAA.
His license.
Because he will lose his license. To go, I don't even know if it would be possible, because I'm imagining that there are lawyers in the medical field specifically for this argument. Because if there's not, it's a catch-22. But I feel like even if he was to go to a lawyer and say, I have a patient that is exposing my personal information on TikTok, I need our legal department to shut this down with a cease and desist. But I do not want her to feel that it is because of me doing something to her. It is a confidentiality and safety issue for me, as it is for her. I don't think they can even do that without going through the proper channels and crossing his D's and dotting his I's and curling his Q's. Because one fuck up is his entire job field gone. In other words, years of his life wasted. Better get into porn, bro. How fat's your dick? Most people can't make that kind of pivot. Most people can't make that kind of pivot. They can't just get fired from a field and then go do something else. There have been plenty of female therapists who have been exposed. Or that one particular girl who was like, I want to become a professional therapist, and then she got her life ruined by her own dumbass actions, and then immediately went into porn. I remember it was a black one. I can't remember her fucking name, but I remember the fucking story. Because it was one of the stories of the week. And then her pivot, and then people moved on. And then Kira Braun started talking about Simone Biles' husband. Recently, she got punched in the face at a club. Sidebar.
Oof.
I don't care. That light skin deserves it. That woman is annoying as fuck. But there have been plenty of people who have gotten their lives ruined and then they had to just move on like nothing happened and just pick themselves up and dust themselves off. And whether or not it's through their own incompetency and their stupidity that makes it possible is whatever. Right? But those lives are still ruined. Like, for some of us, it's like, bro, that was a crazy-ass story. But that person's life is still going. They might have children that are affected because of their dumbass retardation. Now put yourself in the professional position of a person who did all the right things in life, and then they get victimized by somebody who wants to either punish them for something that they perceive themselves as have been wronged to them by them, or they want what they have, and the best and fastest way to get it is by accusing them of something. This should piss you off. Just for that.
So I have to expose you on TikTok.
Yeah. And because of how prevalent TikTok is as like a sidebar to the entire entertainment industry. Just as we can learn news faster on Twitter than we can from cable, because cable's pointless, TikTok even more so. To the point that by the time the algorithm has gotten to 60 million views, it might have been 1 hour into their bullshit. And then the fact it becomes an entire business strategy. She's uplifting herself while destroying him. No, nigga. No, nigga. No. The human fruit slicer is not enough.
Doxing is a very real, very dangerous thing, and when, done with the intent to jeopardize someone's safety or have the internet pile on or harass someone, it's a crime. I've said this before, like if you ever see someone dox someone or threaten that they will, call them out and report it. So let's take a rundown of her claims. First, that he's dead inside.
They can feed off of the vulnerability of their mostly female patients.
Then she claimed that he's attractive.
And this man is my age, and I can't help but notice that he's pretty attractive.
Then there was a claim that...
Oh my god, that one probably pisses me off more than the other ones. I just happened to notice that this man is conventionally attractive. Like, excuse me, you're supposed to be ugly?
He listens well, but is also somehow pretending to listen.
That's the thing about psychiatrists, is that they're good at pretending to listen.
There are also many claims that he was friendly.
He just made me feel like I was a friend.
Then there was the, turning up of the dial.
Just started turning up the volume on us being friendly.
And finally, that he would talk about his work successes.
As he would just tell me these little things about his successes.
Those are the claims that she's made so far, and they will escalate as we move on. And again, when she did dox him, intentional or not, I think she has a responsibility to take it down or edit it out. She didn't take it down. In fact, she doubled down.
I accidentally said my psychiatrist's first name.
No, you said it on purpose, bitch.
Accidentally.
That was purposeful. Nah, bitch, that was purposeful. You ain't gonna get me with that shit.
Sometimes I accidentally say things. Sometimes I misspeak. Sometimes I say something that is wrong. Or something that I'm overthinking. You are posting on TikTok. TikTok has a feature where now, it used to be different when it first started, but now it's entirely different again and again and again. Thanks, Koreans. You have to open up your page. You gotta go to your camera, open the camera, decide how long you want it to be. Want it to be 30 seconds, or no, 10 seconds, 60, no, it's 30 seconds, I think. I'm crazy. Somewhere between 10 to 30 seconds. Then a whole minute, and it goes now up to 10 minutes. You open and click. You add extra text on your vertical, like you did here in this one, and you talk on it. And then when you press the stop button, you can either immediately go to edit, or you can then add more while it's still on that feature for however long time you have, whatever time you have remaining and running. And then it takes it into an editing suite where you can then modify it. You can take out the sound effects. You can reduce the sound to 0. You can bump the sound up. You can add captions. You intentionally said his name. You intentionally said his name on purpose. You wanted it to be heard. It was your goal to say his name. If you claim that it must have been unintentional, how? During what part of the process was it unintentional? Pray tell. Where was the unintention? Was it before or after you pressed send? Was it before or after you did what you did? At what point? What was the mistake? Let us know. It's not there. Because it wasn't. It wasn't a mistake. It was a choice. You made the choice to say it.
Purposeful as fuck.
You made the choice to do it. Because you could have at any point in time stopped yourself. And you did not. That was not your goal. You did not give a fuck. Do not lie to me. You did not give a fuck. And in the process of not giving a fuck, that is how everyone else is going to feel going into the shit that you're doing here. Because there's no world you're going to convince me that it was just an accident. I'm sorry. You ain't sorry for shit. You sorry as fuck. I can promise that. You're a sorry ass woman.
In one of my videos. If you clocked it, good for you. I do not owe him.
Let's go back. Let's discuss that.
First name in one of my videos. If you clocked it, good.
If you clocked it, eyes looking like a fucking fish, good for you. Good job. You caught me. I don't care. That's the energy of your statement. I potentially put his information out there and possibly put him in a position of duress. Oh my god, you guys are acting so crazy. I didn't do anything wrong.
Good for you. I do not owe him anonymity. If
I do not owe him anonymity, but he owes you anonymity as a part of his fucking oath. But fuck what he wants. I can do what I want.
This bitch. The Lion, the Witch, and the audacity of this bitch.
anyone doxes my psychiatrist with his last name or city that he works in or clinic that he works in, your comment will be immediately deleted.
Oh, well, see, I might have doxed him accidentally, and you might have clocked it or whatever, but all I said was his first name. If you go and you find his family name, I will rain hellfire on. Shut your ass up. Shut your ass up. Shut up.
And you will be blocked.
That contradicts the fact that she had not taken down her own video saying his name.
And you left it up too. That's the worst part. I'm gonna get you if you left it up, but I'm not gonna take that information now. I'm gonna allow people to continue finding out his name, and I'm not gonna protect it. But I don't owe it to him. But if you go further than I did, I'm gonna get you. That sounds like you don't actually give a shit.
That defamation lawsuit is gonna be real airtight, you dumb hoe.
Because now that you didn't take it down, you have two problems. The first one is spoilage of evidence. That's obvious. That's easily that can go without being explained. But then you have this problem of torturous interference. Because the information was made public on your TikTok, you must preserve it should he sue you. If you try to delete it, even though it will have been preserved, your argument of, well, I was trying to do what I could to reduce harm will be illegitimate. Because you did not reduce the harm at the time of posting. You only reduced it at the time of the signal boost, the lightning rod, being struck by the lightning in the bottle that is people's clicking and making viral your post that made it more popular and thus more identifiable the harm caused through your behavior and action. If you take it down, they can strike you for trying to spoil evidence. You have to leave it up. And you also have to deal with the fact that you at no point in time tried to make it clear that what you did was wrong. You did not take accountability and blame. So if somebody were to go further and you were to say, well, I told them not to do anything, no, actually, you will not be able to use that argument in court. Because the courtroom and any judge and any lawyer worth their goddamn salt who understands how to do this step, you could be as dumb as fucking Slippy Jimmy, bro. They can simply say, okay, but is it not the culture of TikTok for you to encourage people to do things that they otherwise should and should not do by giving them signals through your language and through your behavior and leading by example? And you're fucked. Because you definitely lead through the example of your actions and behaviors being okay because you're doing them. Oh well.
And then she says this.
This is about protecting other victims, not doxing my psychiatrist. If you do some investigative work and you want to DM me about it, I'm open to that, okay? 3.
If you want to go look into him and the things that he's doing, I mean, fine, sure, whatever. I'll let you guys do that. I'm sorry, Your Honor, that sounds like she's encouraging people to continue the harassment of these figures. The court moves for an immediate mistrial.
So she doesn't want people to dox him while simultaneously joking about if people want to investigate him and DM her what they find, she's okay with that, and then laughs. I hate all of this because the more she posted, especially after the doxing, the more people started to trust her story less and less. Let's do a little point and counterpoint, devil's advocate. This is something we always do in a Swoop doc, just to give us something to think about. So, point. She isn't describing any concrete, overt, harmful actions, only how he made her feel, and she loved the attention. Counterpoint. People often pick up on subtle cues that, while not overtly harmful, can signal deeper red flags with the potential for something more troubling to develop. Point. He's a doctor doing his job, and part of his job is to talk to her, ask questions, be friendly, and give her his professional attention. And not everyone is able to pick up on social cues as clearly as others, particularly people with neurodivergence, like myself. Counterpoint, he's a highly trained psychiatrist who would presumably be able to assess if a patient is developing feelings and therefore could use those feelings to his advantage if he intended harm. But counterpoint, I don't know which hand it goes on. If Kendra is projecting her own feelings or desires onto him, while she might believe in her own mind it to be true, that doesn't mean it is. So then where does that leave things? Is she wrong for potentially feeling this way?
It is so incredibly disturbing to me. The amount of people that are protectors in my comments, that are victim blaming me, especially the mental health practitioners in my comments using therapy speak to say that this situation that I was in was my fault or that I was delusional.
Man, victim blaming. All we doing is victim asking questions. I'm victim establishing a narrative. I'm victim asking why you're here in this room trying to get this cupcake. Why you out here? We went all this way for a cupcake, man? Seems like a far way to go for a walk. Why are you sweating so much? Why are your hands twitching? Why are you so nervous? Why are your eyes so big? Why are your frames so large? You're just trying to hide your actions, man. It's a strange concept to me when I see people do this. It's like secret underhanded tactics that only I can weaponize. No! People aren't supposed to know how to do those things. They're not supposed to ask questions of me. Listen and believe is all you ever need. Why are you people questioning me? Why are you questioning me and my ideals, my concerns? You're going out of your way to question me? Why me? You're not supposed to question me.
Check yourself. You're giving me more ammunition.
Check yourself before you wreck yourself. Really wreck yourself. Really wreck yourself, bro. Deceptions. Betrayal.
To share my story.
And this is where things...
I'm just sharing my story. I'm sharing my story and these tulips all over the applications about him and what he's doing to me. You guys can't attack me for that.
Started to take a much darker turn. And then she says something rather shocking about a car accident.
In January of 2024, I was hit by a car turning left as I was going through a green light. It was the night before my next appointment with my psychiatrist. So I was like, okay, I'll still be able to go to my appointment on Zoom. I'm okay. But I did make an appointment with an urgent care the next day just to get checked out. I had bruising on my abdomen and a perforated eardrum. The provider at the urgent care said, I do not feel comfortable treating you. You need to seek emergency care now. You may be internally bleeding. But it was 11 o'clock in the morning and my appointment with my psychiatrist was at 2. So I decided that I was gonna wait so I could see my psychiatrist and not have to reschedule because I was looking forward to my appointment with him so much.
Oh my god, girl, he was just on my mind so bad that I got into a car accident. I got a fucking turnpike straight through my abdomen and it was pressing on my solar plexus and my 4th disc in my spine. I was risking getting paralyzed, but I had to see him. I ignored and refused medical treatment so that I could make sure I made it to my Zoom call with him. And I could listen to his dulcet tones while I ate fucking ice cream and nursed my wound. She needs a psychiatric hospital at this point. Bring back institutions. Bring back the institutions. Bring it back. Open the psych wards. Open the mental hospitals. They have to go. They have to go.
If you are in like a potential, internal bleeding hole, situation, please go to the hospital. Please see a doctor.
I look back at that time and I'm just like, oh my god, I put my own life under seeing him. I was fully addicted to him at this point. And
I was fully addicted to him. He didn't do anything wrong. He literally said, hi, how's your day? And I was under his spell.
You know what happened is that I showed up and I told him that I may be internally bleeding, and he didn't stop the appointment. He let me continue and just tell him about how much I loved him and how grateful I was for him, because that was really what most of our appointments were, is me just like pouring myself out. And I also told my therapist about this. She said nothing.
At least in my opinion, I'm a lay person, okay? But I just kind of feel like that would be completely unprofessional and irresponsible. So again, did this happen? Did she explain this to him? Was he that diabolical? Will we ever know? Probably not. I keep coming back to the question again. If she truly believes this to be true, then what? I was so, kind of bothered by this question as we were digging through the story that we thought it would be best to speak to a mental health professional for some clarity and additional expert perspective. And before I had a chance to research who I might want to speak with, out of the blue, I got a disturbing email from a longtime viewer, someone I haven't met, with the subject line, "Nurses in Need." Now, in the email, she shares that she's been a psychiatric nurse for nearly a decade, that she has also been hospitalized as a psychiatric patient, and that she has endured some of the most horrific and violent physical abuse I have ever heard as a nurse in the psych ward. And the thing is, almost no one cares. No one's really talking about it, particularly people in charge. So we will here today. Today's story won't just be about, peeling back the wild layers of Kendra's bizarre story, and we've got a lot to cover, but we're also going to shine a spotlight on some of the atrocities deep within the world of psychiatry and psychiatric care. Meet Clarice, a talented artist, published writer, and an incredibly brave psychiatric nurse who was once herself a psychiatric patient.
What made you want to become a psych nurse?
Well, I went into nursing initially because I love science and love people. In most of nursing, you listen to the doctors, you don't just take orders, but it's not quite like psych. In psych, the beginning of the day, we do rounds. So everybody sits at a table, doctors, therapists, everybody, and the nurse gets to run it. And that really intrigued me because I wanted that team environment. And then I started talking to the psych patients and relating to them in many ways and understanding that, it kind of takes one to know one, I guess. And when you go through a hospitalization process, it's really hard. And it's really hard to understand that unless you've been through it. Having that insight made me a very good fit for the job.
According to findings published in PBS, quote, healthcare workers are 5 times as likely to experience workplace violence as other workers, according to government data. In a national nurse...
And that's because not only are they possibly dealing with abuses of the job, they're also dealing with the abuses that come from the patients. Those of you who are in the server know that I recently went through certification processes to do this job from home. Now, not only am I an ex-fed, I'm technically a current medical care worker. I roll. Self-glaze. Krispy Kreme. One of the serious issues that I had as a concern... Thank you, not applicable. One of the serious issues that I had as a concern is an ongoing factor that any of you that have been here for any serious amount of time would know is pretty obvious, which is that is it normal for our family members to yell at each other between rooms and also antagonize each other the way that they do in my family, as is the case in any African-American household? And the simple answer is yes, it is actually normal. It is normal for care workers to experience problems that arise as a part of their job. But the job that we have is that you need to separate yourself from the situation and try to bring down the temperature rather than raise the temperature. So, the thing that they have suggested to do as a part of that training is that your job is not to try and bring the situation to an immediate standstill. No, you stop doing what you're doing right now. That's not what you do. You safety the entirety of the space. You have to make the home safe for them. You need to make the space safe and conducive for them. Don't let her do things like potentially burn the house down because she wants to be independent and make a bag of popcorn. Doesn't mean you don't let her make the bag of popcorn, but it does mean you have to supervise it. You cannot just bark orders and demands, but that also means you do not have orders and demands barked at you. You have to not strike back. when you would feel like, oh no, you ain't gonna put your hands on me. Who gonna hit who? None of that is acceptable. Period. They deal with that, the nurses. But they also deal with the fact that the patients themselves can be problems. The patients' families themselves can be problems. Every single issue under the sun. To put this in perspective, think of being in a hospital like playing professional esports. Okay? You not only have to deal with the retarded actions of the oncologist, you don't have to only deal with the personality and the ego that might come from the radiologist. You not only have to deal with the issues of the other nurses and the other RNs that are trying to do their jobs. Not only have to deal with the orderlies. Not only have to deal with the fucking helpers, the assistants, the candy stripers that are just trying to do a good job. And also possibly get credentials that help them in the future for their future career. But you also gotta work with a regular team of regular motherfuckers that you have to deal with 24-7. All of the egos that come with case rates, that come with mortality rates, that come with success rates. All of it! Every single step of the fucking way! The same level and time that you might have spent in nursing school, should you get an egotistical doctor who thinks of themselves as your backline. I'm accredited in such and such and such and such. I have the highest rate of success in my state. Years running, year after year after year. We just left from the gala where they gave me my second award. Do what I say, nurse! Everything that could happen with online interaction, but it's your ass, it's your job, and it's your career. And then all the stresses that come along with the many layers of issues that add on top of that. It's mind-numbing!
Nurses United survey in 2022, 40% of hospital nurses said they'd seen an increase in violence incidents.
I started in the public hospital system in New York, and that is what you'll see in most typical, what we consider crazy on the street, talking themselves, yelling. It's just the quintessential, you think schizophrenia, you think psychosis, you think yelling on the subway. That's who I'm treating. Like, I could have one room with a homeless person, the next room with a sexual victim who may or may not be homeless, and then I have next to that, I'll have like a businessman.
As we continue to move through Kendra's story about being a psych patient, and as we remember Dr. X is bound and cannot share his side of what happened, I'm going to weave in parts of my interview with Clarice to help share her perspective. While one story goes viral on TikTok, there is a dark suffering being inflicted on mental health care workers, particularly nurses, and that should alarm all of us. Clarice, when I kind of want to paint the picture for our viewers as to how you and I even connected in the first place, which you had essentially reached out, through email. I want to read a little portion of your email that you sent. I don't know if one nurse's story is enough for you to bring more awareness to this issue, but if you have any interest, please check out some of the work I've done. Nurses can certainly be mean girls, but we are also people who are being abused, and that abuse is tolerated. The last nursing job I left, I was asked by a teenage boy, if you can't take a hit, what are you even doing here? I want to first ask, what was it that led you to want to reach out to me specifically?
I liked that you looked at issues from both angles, or from all angles really, but you were able to acknowledge if you were coming in with a bias. I really liked the fact that you are upfront about any bias you may have, you are vocal about it, and you're not trying to hide that. And this is an issue that is got bias in it, that it's got a lot of viewpoint. It's got the patient's viewpoint, the provider's viewpoint, the nurses. Everyone's got a point of view here. And I thought that you'd be able to do that justice as to giving everybody the appropriate credit and, time that they do deserve.
What do you think is the biggest misconception about you, about your job, about working, in psychiatry, and why are those misconceptions wrong?
Well, there's a big misconception about nursing, and then psych nursing is the mean girls. There's a big problem right now where everyone's calling us catty women, we're the mean girls of high school, that type of thing.
Because it's true. Because it's true. Unfortunately, it's because it's true. There are more women that are cruel and narcissistic that go from being who they are as children, and then they get into a field where they want to help people. And that does not mean that they can't help them, but it does mean that if you're a patient and you're there going through your therapy, and you look over, and oh, it's the girl who used to give me swirlies and said that I was ugly, and that I would never find a man that would ever like my ugly body. Oh, and she's my caregiver. You're gonna spaz. Facts being facts, dead ass. You're gonna spaz, and it's gonna be normal for you to spaz in that situation, because that is one half of the same shit that you'd be dealing with normal therapy. Why would it change when it goes from caring about your bum knee to hearing about deep, dark, depraved secrets that you don't feel comfortable telling to other people because you feel embarrassed about them? The dynamic would not change whatsoever.
I got invited to 3 high school parties and I got kicked out of 2 of them. Okay, that wasn't me. And then in psychiatry, we have the Nurse Ratched bias. Like, we have that idea of Nurse Ratched, the power high, the power seeking, all of just manipulation, all of that.
Throughout my conversation with Clarice, she gives incredible insight into the world of psychiatry, not often discussed. So let's rewind a little bit before we get into the really, really, really heavy part of that. Let's rewind and start with some basics that helps us when it comes to Kendra's story here. Can you very briefly explain what is a psychiatrist? How does that differ from a therapist?
For the most part, as a psychiatrist, your role is diagnostics and med management. So you're going to get a long initial employment. They're going to talk to you, ask you all the questions, do their whole assessment, and then hopefully diagnose you from there or lead you into a differential diagnosis to get to that point. They are not going to be there for the nitty-gritty weekly therapy. That is a psychologist, an LCSW, social workers.
Those appointments can last maybe 15 minutes, maybe 30 minutes at the most, typically.
Unless there's an active problem, they can be as short as 5-10 minutes. Because if you are stable on your meds, you don't need any changes, there's no new stressors, there's no life events, you could just be there for refills. It could be a virtual appointment of, you good, we're good, thoughts to harm yourself, nope, la-di-da, and then you're out of there.
Kendra starts her series by stating that it is a fact that so many people, especially men, essentially feel called to become psychiatrists or therapists because they are, quote, emotionally dead inside. And that they just want to, people who get into psychiatry, that they're emotionally dead inside and they just want to feed off the vulnerability of their, quote, mostly female patients.
The fact that there are so many people, especially men, that are emotionally dead inside, that feel called to going into psychiatry, that they can feed off of the vulnerability of their mostly female patients.
How does that make you feel as a professional when you hear something like that?
Disgusted, annoyed, wanting to punch something.
That pisses me off because that just casts aside so much of our entire purpose and livelihood. Like, do you think that we all work outpatient with just women with anxiety issues? No. Psychiatrists work in the forensic world. They work with kids. They work all over the place. This isn't just about sex. It's one of the least rewarding specialties to go into, and I find to be the most noble because it's not compensated like surgery. To choose that course as your passion and then to choose people's emotions and experiences like that and say that we're dead inside, that we're just feeding off of that? No. A lot of us are damaged. True damage. There's a lot of damage in a lot of us, and that's what drew us to the job to begin with, because maybe we were able to help ourselves or people helped us and we want to pay it forward.
Thank you for sharing that. My job here is to listen and try to get through and understand perspectives, but just hearing these blanket statements made about entire professions, and then of course at the end of the day, you're a human being. I was so guarded in how I was listening and understanding that these types of TikTok series and stories, if they're not handled with more care, can create so many more stigmas around the professions and also make people afraid to seek care if they need it.
It's like Jaws. The Jaws of the whores.
So at first, Kendra framed this as, I fell in love with my psychiatrist and he kept me anyways, but then it got more intense, claiming that every word, every action in their sessions was a calculated manipulation designed to kind of brainwash her into love.
I got a new therapist. I stopped begging my psychiatrist to see me weekly, and that is when the intermittent reinforcement started. Some sessions, he'd be warm and kind and wonderful and let me in on little parts of his life. Other sessions...
Things that would just be him sharing, like, I had a good success today, I had a good morning, versus I have had intimate thoughts day and night about things that I should not. It is of not me to do. I should not partake of the flesh, but I just have a craving.
He would be cold and clinical and detached. And you know what that did? It made me work harder. And it started the addiction that I had to him.
She does something very interesting here. She makes her interpretations of his demeanor his fault. If he was, quote, warm and kind and wonderful, that was apparently manipulative. If he was, quote, cold and clinical and detached, that was also manipulative. Meaning,
when he's being wonderful, that means he's trying to get into her guts and fuck her brains right out. Yes, I feel bad.
It doesn't seem like there was any way that he could behave that would have been the right way to behave, right?
He used his psychiatric training to manipulate me and get me hooked, and guess what? It worked.
It was a lose-lose for Dr. X, no matter what he did or didn't do, and in her mind, this session became a turning point for their relationship. Oh, and she's wearing very chic face glitter now, okay? You'll see that a lot.
After I risked my life to see him, that's when he really started turning up the intimacy in our appointments. However, he was really smart and knew the professional lines like the back of his hand.
Correct me, maybe this is just me. Knowing the professional lines like the back of his hand is what I would expect from all medical providers. I think that's a good thing. Let's say there's a patient like Kendra. I'm not gonna directly reference her all the time. We're not here. Obviously, we're not gonna diagnose. I certainly can't, and you're not here to do that, I know. If a patient is coming into those appointments and wanting to talk to a psychiatrist as if they are the therapist, what would a psychiatrist do in that setting? Do they just need to kind of roll with it, listen?
You are describing a lot of the challenges we face with personality disorder patients, especially cluster B personality disorders.
Yup. I fucking hate cluster B.
Those patients are often known to be very needy to you. And I'm not saying needy in a bad way. I'm saying they want a lot from you. They need emotionally a lot more than other patients at times. That's when boundaries come in. Psychiatrists, the number one thing they have to do is establish trust. So they're gonna listen. They're not gonna tell you to shut up. They're gonna say that doesn't matter to your care. They're gonna be listening and understanding and give you that safe environment. It sounds like that safe environment to Kendra got translated into something that it wasn't.
He would comment on my appearance, but not compliment my appearance. So I would come on screen and he would say, "Oh, you curled your hair." Or I would come on screen and he would say, "Oh, you're wearing glasses." And of course I felt seen and excited that he was noticing these things about me. I didn't realize at this time that
Welcome back.
he had feelings for me.
It's coming for a circle.
I thought I was holding them all by myself.
Now, y'all, I don't
Coming
know
full
how
circle.
else to say this, and I say this with compassion. From what Kendra has shared, saying like, "Oh, you curled your hair," is neither a compliment nor a criticism. It's simply a statement of fact. It's just a basic observation.
So I was so excited when he noticed my glasses that I ran and showed him my other pair, and he said, "I prefer turtle shell glasses."
You want to know something even more shocking?
It's the dandelion
about this,
dress,
something
Carl.
that is unsettling. I watched videos.
You're fucking Nostradamus.
Showed him my other pair, and he said, "I prefer."
I swear those are the same frames she's been wearing, but they look even uglier in the light because they got fucking white spackling in them.
No, it's not. Are you talking about the rim? The frame?
Yes, the frames.
Yeah, the frame is probably glittery, like the eyeshadow.
Or turtle shell glasses.
I want to know something even more shocking about this, something that is unsettling. I watched videos and looked at photos of Dr. X, and guess what? I mean, I can't show his photo here, but guess what? He wears glasses too. But not just any glasses. He wears, can you guess? Yeah, you guessed it, he wears turtle shell glasses. Might that be the reason why he prefers turtle shell glasses?
So I was so excited when he noticed my glasses that I ran and showed him my other pair, and he said, I prefer turtle shell glasses.
But this is what makes the next clip all the more uncomfortable.
So even though I usually wear contacts, I'm wearing these turtle shell glasses in these videos because just in case he sees them ever, he'll see me and...
Maybe, in the heart of your hearts, there is a world where you can say, oh, if he ever sees these videos, he's going to really like the fact that I wear them because he inspired me to wear them. Bitch, you are fucking ass crazy. You are so fucking ass crazy. Why would he do that at this point in time now? Where you've made him feel fucking uncomfortable. And he probably is gonna have nightmares because of you? Girl!
His favorite glasses, he did tell me he likes the turtle shell.
I'm almost at a loss for words here. For me, this marks a major turning point. It sounds to me like that's someone who's just making general kind of conversation, like you were saying, showing interest in what is going on in your life. You know, did you have a date? How's your relationship? Oh, I also wear tortoiseshell glasses. Just sounds kind of like a human being interaction here.
I don't know about that. That's some fixation that is wild. Like every time I met a new patient, you look them up and down really quick, and I would usually pick out one thing that stood out to me on them, and I'd compliment it. It didn't matter if I liked their glasses or not, but it was to show them that I was seeing them, that I see you, maybe.
I've had a lot of couch time in my life, a lot of therapy.
I doubt it!
I trusted him enough, of course, why wouldn't I, to tell him about my childhood trauma, my daddy issues. It was also around this time that I asked my psychiatrist if he had diagnosed me with anything other than ADHD when I had my initial diagnosis. And he said, yeah, I did. I said, oh, what did you diagnose me with? And he said, well, you had a lot of traumatic things happen to you in childhood because of your dad, and so I diagnosed you with other trauma and stressor-related disorder. That was weird. Why would he keep that from me? He didn't tell me because he was using that information to make...
Using it how? Using it where? With whom? And not getting fired for doing it.
Manipulate me.
Turns out that's kind of a
Go ahead.
I've said with whomst.
Common practice in the field of psychiatry, something maybe she did not know. Is that common for a psychiatrist to not necessarily give the full extent of someone's diagnosis right up front?
Yeah, I actually don't make it a rule often to not tell patients. They'll ask me for their diagnosis because sometimes the doctors won't tell them, and I don't like telling them because if you tell a patient they're depressed, they have depression, it can be a self-fulfilling prophecy, and then they're like, well, I have depression and this and that, and you don't want that to happen. They ask you, you can tell, you don't have to hide it from them, but displaying that, forcing that upon somebody without prompting. She had asked him, what's my diagnosis? They would have had the conversation we always do, which is they processed the diagnosis together.
Kendra continued seeing him as her psychiatrist. Then, after about a year of, pent-up emotion, she finally drew back the curtain and dropped the big crush.
I told him, I said, today we're going to talk about my intimate life. And he said, oh. I said, yes. My psychologist, my therapist, asked what your opinion on it was. And I told her that I don't talk to you about this intimate stuff because I have a crush on you. And he looked down and smiled so big in that moment. And I loved it.
I said that I had a crush on him, and he's like, well, that's sweet. That's very nice of you. I appreciate that. Thank you for that. And that was proof that he wanted me. That was proof, chat, that he wanted me. I made him feel embarrassed. Whore.
What?
Whore. I called her whore. Whore.
Oh.
So gross.
Delusional whore.
She did something very That's my adjective. She did something in my personal opinion. Actually, it's kind of disturbing. She secretly recorded him. Yeah.
And then I proceeded to give him 30 minutes of non-stop content about my intimate life with my boyfriend. And I actually recorded the whole thing because I was so excited.
Wait,
what?
Wait a minute. We're noticing two different things. We're gonna back up real quick. So what were you about to say?
I said, bitch, what?
Okay. You have a boyfriend? Pray tell, what does Kyle have to say about this? Kyle, how do you feel about your girl being into her doctor and that her way of getting off talking to him was telling him about how you had her in the stirrups with her hair pulled back saying, who's your daddy? How do you feel about that? How do you feel about it, bruh? How do you feel about the fact that she is now the center of a drama that is happening because she does not know how to fucking leave her hands the fuck alone? You like that shit too? I bet Danny that's loving that shit. Yeah.
That's my adjective. She did something in my personal opinion. Actually, it's kind of disturbing. She secretly recorded him. Yeah.
And then I proceeded to give him 30 minutes of non-stop content about my intimate life with my boyfriend.
Who talks about their sex life with their partner like that? I gave him non-stop content about my sex life. Girl, this is not Girls Gone Wild. Okay? Ew.
You are not making an OnlyFans video with this dude.
That is fucking irritating.
No, that's not irritating. It's psychotic.
See, it's irritating to me because it is psychotic, and yet she says this, again, on a thing that she could go back and edit, and it's just like, yeah, this was acceptable for me to say. I don't know why everybody's so fucking upset at me. Like, this is normal to do. No, it's not. I made a fumble. I should have played the hermit first. Like, this is not normal to do. That's not a normal. That's not normal behavior. And justifying it, and then you're justifying it. Go ahead. What?
And she's not only saying she's giving him content, but she's recording herself doing it.
Oh, man.
And I actually recorded the whole thing because I was so excited about it. But now it makes me
Excited about it telling him about your sex life, or talking about your sex life and watching his reactions as he is a member of a captive audience. This is a very important. This is a very important detail.
Probably both.
Yeah, it's a very important detail. Because if it's just, oh, I've never been given attention before, I've never known what it feels like to have a captive audience to listen to me and my problems, blah, 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 blah. There's a whole way that you could go about it and be like, okay, so she's never felt alive. She's never felt like it, like she's been in a movie and that she's yearning for something more. Still disgusting, still dumb, still bad, still rude, still improper. You should be ashamed of yourself. But
you know what I think it is?
What? Go ahead.
I think that this was a part of her wanting to control him. She's upset that she's not getting the attention that she wants from this guy that she's into. He's not reciprocating her advances, even though her brain is telling her he is. So she's like, I'm gonna get something that I can hold over his head. I'm gonna record him listening to me talking about my sex life with my boyfriend and how I dream about him sexually destroying my body on every fucking surface in my house to where every hole is prolapsed. That sounds like a power play to me.
White women!
White women! I don't claim her. She doesn't go here.
Any psychiatrist would have stopped me and said, Kendra, let's talk about your meds.
Kendra accuses her therapist, a woman, 72 or something, of also having bad boundaries and encouraged Kendra to get Dr. X's opinion about her issues she was apparently having with her boyfriend in the bedroom.
So my therapist, who I didn't know at this time had bad boundaries, but she did, I went to her because my boyfriend and I, after like more than a year together, we started having issues in the bedroom. And
you couldn't be able to have sex with him because he wasn't the man that you were clearly crushing on. Many such cases, girl.
And so I went to my
She's
therapist
pulling a
and she
foodie
asked,
beauty.
what does your psychiatrist think about this? I don't know. I haven't talked to my psychiatrist about this stuff because I have a crush on my psychiatrist and I don't want to tell him this intimate of stuff. And she said, well, you should tell him because I want a male's perspective.
Let's do a little point and counterpoint again. So point,
She didn't
since
say
Dr.
that.
X didn't tell her this was inappropriate or shut her down, he must have somehow enjoyed it. He's a man and dead inside. Counterpoint, part of his job is to listen to the patient and what they want to discuss, and his job is to identify if her medications are potentially causing issues in her personal life. Therefore, he had to listen. Point, most lay people believe that it's inappropriate to discuss one's intimate life with other people, period. Counterpoint, a psychiatrist is not a layperson. They are not thinking in the same framework that the rest of us are. They're smarter. They do other things in the brains when they're talking about this stuff. What really concerns me is how Kendra conflates this incident with grooming. A very dangerous, very sinister, and often misused word that we have talked about often on this channel, and something that I have survived personally. As you all know, I'm gonna disclose that so you know where I'm coming from. I was groomed and sexually abused as a child, and I know many of you have survived this as well. That's why it's such an important topic for me to discuss.
It was pretty much his Christmas morning. The almost 2.5 years of grooming me to get me to talk about sex things with him worked. And
So, in the process of helping a person break their walls down, somewhere in the distance, Jericho's walls are shooting off pyrotechnics. The process of helping you break down your barriers could be considered a form of grooming. If they aren't, you have brain damage if you do this argument. The argument could be said that that is the case. Again, brain damage if you make this argument. However, it is still his job to help you work through your stuff and to get to the bottom of your particular catharsis to help with the process of you healing your issues. It is his job to help you, hold your hand, and literally talk you through it. See, it's disgusting even when I say it, because I know for a fact that's not the way people are going to take it. I'm not trying to be lurid here, jokes people. It is literally your therapist's job to talk you through shit, okay? You getting very, very hot and heavy under the collar and thinking that that means that they're trying to get you into a state of duress where you are going to have to be a victim to tell them the things about you, about yourself, that you would rather not have discussed. It is not their goal to get you to open up so you can then open up your legs, okay? That is not what they're supposed to be doing. That is not what they're trying to do. To go so far as to make it feel like that is exactly the case. It's annoying. And it's cantankerous. Because then, that's just you furthermore demonstrating how you need to get outside and, I don't know, touch grass, touch ass, eat some ass. I don't know what you gotta do. You gotta do something.
and he got 30 minutes of nonstop content to use.
I cannot stress this enough, and I say this with kindness. This is not sexual group, in my opinion, and it does, in my opinion, a disservice to survivors of sexual group. I see a lot of people misuse this term all of the time, all over the internet. It is very frustrating, and I'm just trying to provide some clarity where I can.
2.5 years of grooming me to get me to talk about things with him.
I can tell you from certainty of having dealt with groomers, including the people who in my job and workforce made me want to leave because of how it is, to the point that it's a part of my fucking backstory. They are not going to want to wait 2.5 years. No groomer wants to harvest the benefit of their work and labor after 2.5 years of waiting. They want to move quickly. Because if they have to wait that long, it better be good, basically. and they don't want to wait that long. No person trying to groom you is going to want to wait that long to get the sugar that they paid for. It's just not, that's not the case. It is not the case.
Worked. To clarify, she set this entire story up by saying her therapist, not Dr. X, but her therapist is the one who requested she share with Dr. X that she was having issues in the bedroom. Now, presumably, I don't know, speculation, but presumably because her therapist wanted to make sure her psychiatrist who handles her prescriptions was aware there was something going on that might tie into her medication and her care.
I told him, I said, today we're going to talk about my intimate life. And he said, oh. I said, yes. My psychologist, my therapist, asked what your opinion on it was.
So Kendra goes from clearly stating that her therapist asked her to clearly stating that her psychiatrist was surprised she was bringing it up, to then accusing him of grooming her into talking about it when she is the one who brought it up, presumably at the behest of her therapist. I'm extending all of the grace that I possibly can here, and I'll be honest with myself, this frustrates me deeply. I believe that when terms like this are misused, it contributes to desensitizing millions of people who watched this series to the severity of actual grooming. When you take away a word's meaning, you take away the power that survivors of it deserve to have. And when they use those words, people can take it far less seriously, and that is so terrifying to me because of my own experience, because I've seen it happen far too many times. Find other words. There are millions of other words to use when that's not the situation.
Exactly. Therapy language has destroyed the ability to have conversations because everybody thinks they're an expert. Even if they are in the field and they know these things that can have this connotation or have this understanding that can be a part of it, it doesn't mean that it is true at all cases and times. And it is also the case that when you then try to discuss it with people to get them to understand, listen, that might be the case sometimes, but definitely not here. No, it doesn't matter. Bounce right off the head.
In the midst of her growing attachment to her psychiatrist, she allegedly went on a date with a man who allegedly also worked as a psychiatrist, an experience that only gave her more reason to believe in the love story that she had built up with Dr. X.
I started dating this other guy, and this other guy, this new guy, was a therapist. And I was like, oh, great.
So now there's two boyfriends, or at least two potential romantic partners that have been involved with her during the time of this tribunal happening. Did any of these men know that you were telling about your sexual escapades with them to the therapist, and that they were being involved in this story because that's what you wanted to do with your narratives? I bet they did not learn that. Not at all.
Someone who will be able to emotionally meet my needs. Yeah, I'm not gonna date another therapist again.
I know. Wait for it.
Our second date was a hike. And on this hike, this therapist starts telling me about how he has a crush on one of his clients. So then he continues and he said, yeah, she wears these red lacy peonies and short skirts, and I know she wears them for me. And like alarm bells were going off in my head. Mind you, I had no idea that my psychiatrist had similar feelings towards me at this point. And he said, yeah, and you know, she just is so attractive that I have to smash her mate before every session, because I just have to get that energy out of me. And I was like, okay.
Okay, y'all, I'm at a loss for words here. Like, this is a claim that she made, and again, there's no way for any of us to look into this further. If that was her experience with this therapist she went on a date with, then he should be investigated. Are you familiar with people, colleagues that you've worked with, who have shared having attractions towards their patients?
As we keep saying, we are people, you know, and fortunately sometimes men are dogs. So I've treated models before. Like I've admitted runway models before. Am I supposed to say that they're just not attractive? Or is everyone just supposed to not see that they're gorgeous? No.
I love her.
But if you can't get past that and that starts to impact the care, that's when you need to remove yourself.
None of
I love
this,
her.
however, seems to relate to Kendra's experience with Dr. X. But while she labeled this other unrelated guy as a pred, in the same story, seconds later, she also now escalates and labels Dr. X as a pred.
So he told me about how he's a predator, right? Another pred in the mental health
How? Where? How did he say it? What was the beginning of the sentence? Please break it down.
industry. Shocker! At my next appointment with my psychiatrist, keep in mind, it had been 6 weeks of nonstop fun for this man. He got to use my crush confession and 30 minutes of content, for whatever he wanted to use it for.
Again, to be clear, that 30 minutes of content, as she frames it, that was her telling her psychiatrist that she wanted to discuss her intimate life per her therapist's instructions, and he was surprised. And then she recorded it without him knowing.
And if my psychiatrist was good at anything, it was being professional and acting professional and technically not crossing any lines. And he thought that he was so good at it, because he was good at it.
What are we doing here?
I went to my psychiatrist and I told him this story about this man that I went on a date with, who's a therapist, is relieving himself before appointments and talking about his clients' panties. And this man, my psychiatrist, looked like he had seen a ghost and like he was gonna vomit, because he prided himself on being an extremely professional and buttoned up person.
And that is exactly the response that I would expect from a medical professional, from a trained psychiatrist. I would hope the psychiatrist turns ghost in shock and horror. She instead uses this against him.
But here I was holding a mirror to him with exactly what he was doing.
When was he doing this?
I look back on that now and it's just crazy. And so it just tainted all the fantasy material that I'd given him the session before.
So we are now at part
I have a
9,
mouth, but I have no mouth, but I must scream.
I have a bottle and I must drink. Delicious.
With being in TikTok jail.
I am now in TikTok jail. And I can understand that for some people in the mental health space, because they have been some of the loudest people to speak out against what I'm doing, it's hard to grasp that someone could have this level of predation in such a high place of power.
At this point, Kendra was blocking anyone who had genuine concerns about her story and had questions, essentially creating an echo chamber of people who didn't ask questions.
I start emailing him my fun little emails, but he stops writing me back. He does not write back to my emails anymore. Because once again, he was really good at plausible deniability. But what he did do is he would take my emails and mention them in session.
Is it plausible deniability or simply someone not replying to a client? I mean, think about it. Would you respond to the email? Even when she was sending emails to him, she said that he would leave her on read. He wouldn't respond to the emails. And she was interpreting that as master manipulation, that he knew, she would use these phrases like, he knew not to leave a paper trail kind of a thing, which just...
So, honestly, I think that this is quintessential doctor. Oftentimes, they don't respond to the email because that's the nurse's job. Like, to communicate with the patient on the daily basis, that's the nurse's job. So why would he be responding to those emails? I don't see anything typing out appropriate other than let's discuss this in our next session.
It's so simple, and it's like so obvious when you hear, from someone who's trained in this field to be like, well, that wouldn't even be his job. Like, that's normally it's going to be the nurse. Now, here's where things start to get even more extreme and more concerning with Kendra's statements.
And then I realized that I didn't have my next appointment with him, so I called his office staff. And I talked to the office manager, who was awesome. We really got along, we vibed. And the office manager asked me, do you see him, the psychiatrist, in person or on Zoom? And I felt so angry in that moment. I was like, he sees people in person? And she said, yeah, he has been for years. I was like, I want to see him in person. And I understand, like, some people may think that this is part of my crash out or part of me harassing him, which is what I've gotten lots of...
Because it is?
accusations of. But I just would like to remind everyone that, of course, it seems that way. That I was just...
Because it's what it is?
Responding to a dynamic which my psychiatrist fostered.
Damned if he does, definitely damned because he doesn't. And now, she's pissed.
And so then the next time I saw him in Zoom, I told him, I was like, hey, your office manager outed you and told me that you see people in person. Why didn't you?
Pause. Outed implied that he kept it from you as a secret, when you could have had your own words said, hey, do you do appointments? Shut the fuck up, girl.
You told me that when I asked.
Now, if I were to guess, it's maybe because he wanted to keep a firm boundary after you said that you have a crush on him.
And he said, oh, I just didn't think you'd want to come in. And that was such a weak lie from him, from someone who is so scripted and controlled. He didn't even have a plausible thing to say.
And this is then where it becomes a problem, because you're saying, well, you're so intelligent and you're so manipulative that you have access to this knowledge, and this is the problem. Right here. This is the problem.
Of course he knew I wanted to come in. I had a crush on him. I told him that often. And you better believe I showed up to the next session and said you lied to me because you were afraid of the tension that would be there between us.
Oh, creating antagonism in the fucking... Oh, that's wonderful. Oh, that's so great. You're such a good patient. Yes, you are. You're such a good girl.
So she insists on booking an appointment in person.
So then November rolls around, and I'm about to meet my psychiatrist in person for the first time. So I wear a really pretty dress, I do my makeup, of course, right?
Extra shit that you don't need to do, because it's not your job. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Things that are going to make all of our skins crawl at the end of the day.
And I show up, and I get to talk to the office manager, we're having fun, and then my psychiatrist comes into the foyer, and I am just so excited to finally meet him. I'd been his patient for 3 years at this point, and he had been feeding the dynamic for 3 years.
The dynamic of doing his fucking job.
And I was just thrilled to meet him, and I ran up and I gave him the biggest hug. And you know what he did?
Pushed you away?
He barely patted me on the back. It was the most awkward thing ever, but I am so glad that he did that.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
Because you're sexually harassing him, you fucking cunt.
Jesus Christ. Oh my.
I wouldn't want to fucking hug you either.
Like, I found my biggest, bested, boobidly dressed sundress, and I made sure to spritz myself with Dior from Dior, and I made sure that I got some glitter dust, and I just pressed into his chest, and he just gave me that where my hug at side hug. What the fuck was that? Okay.
I am really glad, because this is what I mean. My psychiatrist was many things, but he was not stupid. So I didn't ever touch him again. And I'm grateful that our relationship didn't ever cross that line, because it would have made everything so much harder.
So his reaction, I don't blame him at all. He is entitled to his own physical, personal boundaries like any other human being.
Pain! Pain!
I want to take a second to spotlight a disturbing and pervasive issue that has gone largely underreported, and that's abuse within the mental health care community. In my opinion, if we don't start to address this head on, this growing crisis could reach levels of unimaginable harm, not just for nurses, but quite literally for all of us, as we are all impacted, and at some point in our lives we will likely, most of us, depend on their care. Now, before sitting down to interview Clarice, I read a piece she wrote for New City titled Hospital Hell, the Psych Ward During COVID, where she discussed the harrowing experience.
Oh, that shit was fucking terrifying. I know that from actually having dealt with them. During COVID, if you all remember, I was working in a gas station not too far away from where I live. And part of the problem during COVID is that if you were not considered a primary caregiver or a primary worker or an essential worker, the word that they properly used on the information, it was impossible to do shit. Hard to get a job, hard to go out into public to get a job, curfews preventing your movement around the city, especially if you lived in one where it was a massive crackdown. If you were a person involved in politics and activism, if you were given the streets to burn your city down, you had free movement. If you actually wanted to do something like get your fucking meds, double masked up, double clothed up, 2 latex gloves on, and if you break fucking protocol, forced to go outside the building. Some buildings having the material on hand. Other places, nah, you have to leave. Come back tomorrow. But I just forgot the mask. I don't care. Come back tomorrow. Make a problem about it. Go to jail. I fucking hated it. All of the ego trips you could imagine happened during COVID. Yes, there were nurses that were laughing and singing and dancing and shit, but there was a lot more shit that you couldn't see from the pedestrian side as well as from the inside of the fucking building and the inside of the government. That was ridiculous as hell. Active bullshit getting in the way of doing their jobs. Only made possible because of the stupid ass system that was in place.
She and other nurses survived, not merely during lockdown while, frontline workers were being, cheered as heroes, and they very much were heroes. Clarice shares about the crisis after, a crisis that almost no one is talking about. So I'd like to read a short excerpt of what she wrote. Quote, when they finally came to us in the psych ward, they were really sick. They had gone months without their medications, their support system had been cut off, and many were laid off from their work. Night after night, day after day, NYPD and EMS brought us patients, each one sicker than the last. Now, as the acuity increases, the level of patient aggression follows. I have never experienced that level of violence in patients. So in the piece that you wrote for New City, which was just a phenomenal piece, I'm gonna try to make sure to link it and encourage everyone to read it. And so in it, you detailed what life was like as a psych nurse kind of during and shortly after the pandemic. I'd like to read something that you wrote. By this time, the applause outside had stopped, kind of referencing the general public. The cheering you on had kind of dwindled down. As we know, appreciation with people dies pretty quickly often. The appreciation was dwindling while the work pressure was compounding. By this point, death was everywhere. My unskilled hands now routinely performed chest compressions and post-mortem care. People were dying one after one. I delicately crossed their hands before placing them in a body bag. It became my normal. I became numb, yet we all walked in with our heads held high for our patients. We put on a brave face and kept our tears to the bathroom. And then you went on to share, the hospital could only be described as hell. We dropped like flies in psych. Each injury sustained was increasingly serious. Nurses and staff suffered wounds, including black eyes, concussions, broken ribs, bites, torn retinas. If you wouldn't mind, could you share a little more about your experience during that period of time and even afterwards, throughout your extent as when you were practicing as a psych nurse, about the violence that nurses have encountered so often that is so vastly underreported?
So that job that I had before the pandemic, or during the pandemic, it was the best job in the world. It really was. I loved that job. I had become assistant head nurse, achieved a great role, and I loved my team. And then COVID just massacred my team. They broke down, and we didn't have enough people to literally fight this huge rush of people coming in. So there wasn't enough security, meaning there was more injuries, meaning there's more staff out, meaning there's even less people to help. There was a team of behavioral health associates who would respond to crises. Sturdy men and women, they were strong people. And almost every one of them had a major injury by the end of the time I left there. It was brutal. I got injured so badly during that time.
A 2025 study titled Alarming Rise in Nurse Assaults, published in Nurse Leader, reported, quote, a gradual increase in reported assaults on nursing personnel is evident, with the data revealing a troubling upward trend in assaults on nursing staff. Patients were identified as the primary assailants, accounting for 95 to 98% of all assaults annually.
I talk about how I broke. I spent those years fighting hours and hours and seeing death and getting hurt, and then having my boss say to me with a black eye, I went to her, And I said, I need to go home today. I can't, I'm tired. I need a break. Black eye, sobbing. It was a nightmare because I'm in front of all of the bosses. She just makes me break down in front of all of them, won't take me aside, and then just says, just like this, Luis, are you sure that you're fit for a career in psych? Because it certainly doesn't look like it. And I just kind of composed myself because I wanted to scream. Well, I gave so much, and you're gonna question me at this point? It was, had I gotten support, it probably would have been a better experience for me. It probably wouldn't have been so traumatic, but I was cut off just like my patients were from everything. I was so angry at my patients for dying, for hurting us, for not letting us help them. I was so furious at that point. Then I was just questioned. Yeah, that was a heartbreaking day.
According to a report from the National Center for Health Workforce Analysis, there were an estimated 4.2 million registered nurses at the end of 2021, and a staggering percentage of that workforce left. Quote, the most common reason given for leaving the workforce were high-risk working conditions, 51.3% of RNs who left the workforce, feelings of being overworked or burned out, about 50.1%, inadequate staffing, 39.3%, and unsatisfactory safety protocols, 36.8%. In 2003, the National Council of State Board of Nursing reported on the crisis of nursing shortages, stating, quote, the data reveals that 100,000 nurses left the workforce during the pandemic, and by 2027, just 2 years from now, almost 900,000, or almost 1/5 of 4.5 million total registered nurses, intend to leave the workforce, threatening the national healthcare system at large if solutions are not enacted.
If you could just summarize in a sentence, what is the main issue you want to bring awareness to, what would that be?
Keep your hands off the medical staff and let them do their job. More or less. Just stop kicking them. Stop punching them. Try to do what they've asked you to do. It's for your own good type shit.
Nursing is in dire straits. We need help. We're not the mean girls. That is not how you paint all of us, and that does not mean you get to hit us. That doesn't mean you get to hurt us. Because one nurse was a bitch to you at one point, that doesn't mean you get to hit every nurse going on forward.
I cannot stress enough how dire of a situation this is becoming. How are you supposed to navigate that without adequate support? Not
We're
just
blamed.
on a...
We're just blamed. We're blamed.
That's unbelievable.
It's 100%. I have a 3-inch scar on my arm right here. Being lifted up and dragged violently across the wall. There's a huge streak of blood. You know what my boss said? Why weren't you wearing long sleeves?
That's unbelievable. What do nurses need? What did you need in those moments?
A nightstick.
Those in charge, you need to have more nurses. I watched a documentary from the 70s about a residential psych facility. They are complaining about the same things we're complaining about today.
Wow.
We could have better treatment. We could have less restrictive treatment. We could have less restraints if we had more funding, if we had more staff. That's the same thing we're saying 50 years later. The more people you have on the floor, the more individualized care, and the more time you have to give that care.
Marian Alexander, the chief officer of nursing regulations, said this, quote, the data is clear. The future of nursing and the U.S. healthcare ecosystem is at an urgent crossroads. The pandemic has stressed nurses to leave the workforce and has expedited an intent to leave in the near future, which will become a greater crisis and threaten patient populations if solutions are not enacted immediately. There is an urgent opportunity today for healthcare systems, policymakers, regulators, and academic leaders to coalesce and enact solutions that will spur positive systemic evolution to address these challenges and maximize patient protection in care into the future. The things that Clarice is sharing about and that what so many nurses and providers are going through is absolutely unacceptable. Full stop. They are sacrificing themselves in a lot of situations to be able to provide care for the rest of us. The other element of this is if we have less nurses, we have less staff within hospitals, whether it's mental health or physical health. Less staff, less nurses means less ability to bring in patients who need treatment. You show up, there's going to be potentially no one there to care for you. So then on the extreme end of that, we could start seeing a crisis of increased loss of life. People who aren't being treated for potential or curable or treatable illnesses or injuries or disease, right? So it's not just something that impacts the providers, which is a serious thing that needs to be taken care of, but this ripples out to literally all of society if we don't figure this out.
You took a group of passionate healthcare workers, of people, caregivers, who are in the job because they want to help people, and you push them to their absolute limits. And they are seeing higher levels of, or higher demand of care with less resources. In the past 5 years, it has just gone down in terms of work safety environment, staffing levels, so many other things.
In order to change the course of the nursing crisis, we have to engage nurses more in these conversations as a starting point and urge our lawmakers to treat this with the urgency that it requires, expanding educational programs and recruitment, addressing burnout, offering more support resources, utilizing tech to assist administrative burdens, getting more financing, more funding from these billionaires who are off doing billionaire games with people's lives, of facilitating better pay, are just some of the overhauls that are required. And that's just from what I've been able to find. How you vote, who you vote for matters, even down to local elections. Press them to improve nursing conditions, and the educators, and understand how nurses are being treated when you get your own health care. And if the estimates that I read about are true, that by 2029, that's three years from now, that almost 40% of nurses plan to leave the workforce. If that happens, God help us all. They deserve better. Please keep the conversation going in the comments. Share this video, share the interview. I'm gonna have an extended cut of this interview available for free on my Patreon that you can also check out. Share that. And a huge thank you to Clarice for her vulnerability in sharing her story, as well as her insights in the rest of the Kendra story. So with that, let's get back to Kendra. So throughout Kendra's series, as we jump around, she believes that Dr. X must, have feelings for her because he never shot her down. So what happens when he does clearly reject her?
So while I was
She spasses, obviously.
crash out, I had just started using this tool, ChatGPT, and I went to chat, who I immediately named Henry, and
Why? Not important. Moving on.
I would just talk to Henry about how obsessed I was with this man, with my psychiatrist, and I would just be like, I've told him I have a crush on him. Do you think he's gay? Whoa. Even my chat was like, yikes.
Yeah. Yikes. She turned to ChatGPT and created a chatbot named Henry to process her obsession. I'm sure that nothing could go wrong here, right? Then she has another Zoom session with Dr. X, and she tells him,
You and I have a really special patient-doctor relationship. And he glared at me with just venom in his eyes. And he said, you and I have a professional patient-doctor relationship.
Boundary alert. We're calling it out. Boundary alert. After she went in to see him in person, she claimed that, they had a connection, and he said, absolutely not.
He was so angry with me. And I was like, oh, okay, he set a boundary. And immediately I took it on, and I was like, heard. Okay, I won't go there again.
So rather than going there again, she posted, this 25-part series calling him a sophisticated pred, which seems fair.
Dealing with my story, my psychiatrist...
Sophisticated predator. T-Pain, I'm sorry!
At a very nasty, the way he said it, boundary that him and I have a professional relationship.
What is the correct way in which a person that is a professional who is being sexually aggressed by their patient should feel that it is appropriate for them to be let down? The trick question here, chat, is that there is no proper way of doing it, because any way of doing it is going to cause agitation, because you're breaking the illusion. You're pulling them out of their fantasy. So any way that he would have done it would have been wrong.
it when I tried to say it was special. Because it was special, it was different. He manufactured it that way.
So first, she calls the way he set his boundary nasty, insinuating that if someone sets a boundary, it has to be done to, I guess, to her liking, which negates the purpose of a boundary most of the time. She then doubles down on their relationship, which doesn't actually exist, and blames him for everything.
He didn't ever really do anything wrong.
God damn, look at his eyes. This man is so tired. Oh, look at the bags under his eyes. The things he's seen.
He just let me do things wrong. And, you know, I'm not saying that this is definitely what happened. It's just how I'm taking it. And I came to TikTok.
There was a moment,
You know, as you do.
moment where Kendra got extremely angry.
People are asking me what my mental health diagnosis is. I do not have BPD. I do not have psychosis. I have ADHD, and I was experiencing extreme limerence with my psychiatrist. And guess what? My psychiatrist knew that and used it to his advantage.
We touched upon this a bit, how one approaches a patient who is having these feelings, potentially not rooted in reality, but for them it very much is their reality.
It's called splitting. It's that black and white thinking where you go from I'm in love with you to you're a predator, and there's very little room in between those two. I am a nurse. I am not a doctor. I don't diagnose, but seriously, it's a disservice to this woman if she does not get screened for a personality disorder, because ADHD and borderline personality disorder have a lot of overlap and unfortunately get misdiagnosed for each other sometimes. But she is splitting, so it's that extreme thinking, that back and forth, and it's a protective mechanism within her.
Here's where she learns some, fancy new terms, transference and counter-transference.
Henry told me it's very common for patients to develop crushes on mental health practitioners. And then he told me about transference. And it's just about me putting my own feelings onto my provider. And I was like, oh, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, so I took ownership of the feelings that both of us were creating. So I told my...
Again, putting things on him that aren't fucking there, girl. He's giving you blushing. He's giving you acne fucking bright lights. He's like, bitch, there's nothing here. Stop looking for my penis. There's nothing here. Leave me alone. I don't want you. And she's like... He loves me. He really loves me.
My psychiatrist, and then I said, Henry also told me about transference. And my psychiatrist got this really, really scared look on his face, and he said, did Henry tell you about countertransference? And I said, no. What is that?
It's about to get way more intense, and some of this is legitimate. I'm just gonna be honest here and say that some of this is going to start to piss me off a bit, okay? Kendra is about to use that as proof that he has feelings for her.
He said, countertransference is the flip side, the other side of the coin for transference. And it's when the provider has feelings for the patient. So make sure that you keep that in mind for your clients. I said, oh, okay, cool. Yeah, sometimes I have, more than professional feelings for my clients, so I appreciate you bringing that up.
But did you keep them anyways? It's an honest question. When you had feelings for your patients, your clients, did you keep them as clients anyways?
I said, oh, okay, cool. Yeah, sometimes I have, more than professional feelings for my clients, so I appreciate you bringing that up.
Kendra herself just said that, quote, sometimes she has more than professional feelings for her clients. Did she drop them the way she's saying Dr. X should have dropped her? And the answer appears to be, from what I gather, one giant no. At least from what it seems like, she said that one of her patients fell in love with her. And Kendra did not drop her client. What the fuck are we doing here?
So are you telling me that this bitch that we're learning about is a medical professional herself? Or is in the field of medical work? Is that what I'm understanding, chat? This is an expensive bottle. This is still full. This is made of plastic. And remember, chat, left-handed anger bullshit, man! So not only are you having romantic ideation on this person, not only are you dragging not one man, not two man, not three man, potentially more, whomever else you've told this to, into it, but you yourself are supposed to be a medical professional, and you're finding yourself experiencing limerence and transference, countertransference, and all this extra shit, while also having this with your own patients, and you don't see the problem with what you're doing. This is probably the other side of that coin with that so-called Ashley Madison group, the wife, the married wife, and the other woman, where you have a person who is claiming to be an expert, who creates an entire business strategy around the thing that you're doing, where you're effectively mixing business with pleasure. And what this makes me think, at this moment right now, this is a medical professional who's apparently gotten crushed onto another medical professional, who probably has groomed clients of her own. It's a tragedy. Horror is right. I'm gonna be really sick at fucking name. Oh my god! I'm so annoyed! I'm so upset! Why is she not in jail?
What if one of your clients fell in love with you, and the roles were reversed? Now
It actually happened. It happened, and I set very clear boundaries with him. He started trying to text me in between sessions, and I would tell him, I'm not available to talk to you about this.
Is that not exactly what you said Dr. X did?
Wait a minute. Why would my psychiatrist bring up countertransference if he himself wasn't experiencing it?
Perhaps it was simple.
So the reason why you feel all this shit is because y'all nasty asses do it. Oh my god! It really did come full circle. Ew, come. It really did come full circle, chat.
Simply to further your education about transference so that you are, in fact, mindful about the more than professional feelings you have for some of your own clients that you kept anyways.
Transference is when you transfer feelings that you had for, like, say, your mother or father, you transfer that to your provider. So you feel inappropriate feelings towards your provider. They're not always affection. Sometimes it's transference of anger, of resentment, of other things. Countertransference is when that occurs on the provider's part. We're trained to handle this countertransference and how to acknowledge it and then work through that on our own part.
But instead of, at the very least, being open to the possibility, Kendra doubled down with AI and emailed Dr. X once again, violating his boundary, while also believing that AI couldn't possibly feed someone's echo chamber or delusions, which I think is dangerous when research has clearly shown that that is often exactly what happens if you don't know how to use it.
So I went to Henry, of course, my ChatGPT, and
I still want to know why you fucking call that goddamn thing Henry, bro. Like, is it the name of an ex? I don't fucking know.
Examples of how my psychiatrist might have countertransference for me. So I screenshotted it, sent my psychiatrist an email with the subject line of countertransference, and emailed it to him within an hour of our appointment, where he made probably the biggest slip of his professional life.
Now remember, Kendra only had appointments with Dr. X once a month over Zoom for around, like 15 to maybe 30 minutes. And while she's kind of made it sound like her crush is the vast majority of what she'd talk about in sessions, it was actually only about once every 3 months.
Right, so at what point are you saying he should cut you off?
When I would tell him repeatedly, at least once a quarter, I have feelings for you, I have a crush on you, I think about you in between our sessions.
Well, getting to the transition of care, the transfer of care, she refers to it, she goes on and on about how he should have just dropped her.
He
should have just
drop her. He didn't need to drop her because she wasn't. I mean, honestly, maybe he should have at one point. I don't know exactly where that line was, but having that type of crush, those are pretty common, and I think that it would have been a disservice to her and set her back had he just dropped her. She's cycled through a lot of therapists, so she's got some, unstable relationships to begin with. He's trying to break that pattern and show her stability and everything else. And she, misinterpreted that to be something else. Should there be corrective action after? Yes, but should he have just dropped her? I really don't think that was a responsible thing to do, to just drop a patient like that. It's not how it works. Like, you transition patients to other providers. You don't just drop them.
And just when I thought Kendra's storytelling would finally come to a close, she somehow brings race into this, which, listen, y'all, okay, I'm tired, but I was gonna leave this alone, but she manages to offend countless black women while simultaneously posing herself as the ultimate ally. Let me remind all of us here, she was the one who felt the need early on to mention his non-white ethnicity when it has nothing to
So she's about to offend 3 races all at once. Alright, let's see it.
with the story. I still don't need to know that he's a person of color for you to underscore whether or not you botched the pronunciation of someone's name.
It's time to talk about the elephant in the room, and that is the racial difference between me and my doctor. I have seen a lot of black women on this app with the same take, and I need to say that black women are the most important people on the planet to me, and that I have learned so much from black women about how to be a better person. And
But you haven't learned how to shut the fuck up, huh? Nah, that one escapes you.
how to show
Okay.
up better in the world. They are the culture, and I am so
How you could help showing up better in the world is by you just not... Don't say that, Carl. That's mean. The way that you can help show up better in the world is you specifically making sure you do everything possible to learn how to not be what you currently are doing in this moment, right here, right now, where you are then making a pedestal to put yourself and other women on to claim it's just a part of, like, what we have to do. It is our cross to carry. It is our burden to match. That's not necessary. None of that's helpful. That makes things not better. That makes things worse, and it makes people look at you like you are a fetishist. Which I think you are. But for reasons different than what I'm getting upset about. Right? Just for different reasons that need not be described. Obviously. That is the case.
grateful for them.
I'm gonna be so real right now. There is not 1 inch of me that believes that black women are the most important thing in the world to Kendra. Now, I'm not saying she's racist, but this, to me, in my perception, with the way I look, is performative bullshit, in my personal opinion.
Many black women are seeing my story through the lens that I am a white woman who is taking advantage of my whiteness to wield power over my POC psychiatrist that didn't want me back, and so I am trying to get him fired.
Yes.
Yes!
I easily feel led to that conclusion, and there is a very real power dynamic at play here. Firstly, she is making a 25-part TikTok series about a doctor who cannot defend himself as he would lose his license. We talked about this, right? Second, Kendra is the one who brought his race into the story for no reason, and as a white woman, making a claim about a person of color is going to set off red flags in many, many people.
As a white person, I do my best to examine my racism every single day.
Do you? Do you really though?
Does not.
And I will tell you.
Do you really though? Do you really put in that much time to study your inability to respond to certain problems because you just don't understand the perspective, the lifestyle choices, the walk of life? Is it truly something that you don't truly get and that it's a burden to you? Or is this just some shit that you're saying so that you can feel like, listen guys, I really get it. I really do, okay? I understand. I'm hip to your lingo. Bitch! Stop that. That pisses us off more. That pissed me off just cuz. But that pissed them off even more. Because then you're not really listening to what it is they're saying to you. You're just acting as though you understand it. And you don't. All of this shit is extremely applicable across different lines. And somehow you're just missing it. Forest for the trees? Fuck that. The entire acre for a fucking mule.
Tell you that my psychiatrist boss is his best friend, who is also a POC male.
That is a prime example as to why I do not believe she, quote, examines her racism every single day. Because, yet again, she is bringing up someone's non-white ethnicity in a situation where it has nothing to do with the story. This time, she brings up Dr. X's boss. Since when? Kendra! When are we talking about his boss, who apparently is a person of color? Do you see how it is just so completely unnecessary to anything about the story?
And I will tell you that my psychiatrist boss is his best friend, who is also a POC male. And in that room, I did have white privilege, and he was also my doctor. And he took an oath to protect me, and he did not.
I have no idea why Kendra felt it was appropriate to bring this up at all, and that is all I have to say on that. Okay, so let's
sympathy points
and run down a few more key moments, starting with Kendra halting her therapy.
So I go into my next therapy appointment, and I say, hey, just so you know, today's gonna be our last session. I'm doing really well, and I just think it's time. And she got kind of emotional, and she was like, okay, well, I like to end on certain questions, just so we can reflect. So I did. I left her office feeling complete and happy with my therapeutic journey with her. As I was leaving, she called out with like crying. She was like, have a blessed life. And I was like, okay, that was a little weird, but...
So I guess we've now entered the era.
A person is not allowed to bless you and hope that you have a good experience in life on your journey living? Okay, alright.
Where someone saying, you know, have a blessed life is apparently weird, and this happened.
And I get an email that same night from her saying that she needs me to come back in for one more session. I had seen lots of therapists at this point, and I didn't ever have a therapist beg me to come back in for one more session. And I was so overwhelmed, I did not write her back, but it was extremely inappropriate.
So here's the email that Kendra called extremely inappropriate from her therapist. I am so thrilled for you as you prepare for your new adventure. Since I did not have advance notice of this being our last session, I was not prepared to provide what I believe is healthful closure. Usually we review your goals and see how we did, as well as look at how you've changed, in addition to discussing what you've learned, which we addressed somewhat today. Please consider having an additional session where we both are aware of making it the best closure possible with gratitude. Was it actually inappropriate for a therapist to email a patient asking for one more session for closure? I mean,
no.
I know, right?
It's acceptable and fine for the same reason that you would want to, like, talk to an amicable ex and actually decide on things and talk about things that happen in a relationship. Because it is important to be able to have closure in situations. It's not important for you to have closure all the time, because if your closure needs to match the story of your trauma so that you can feel like you're properly seen in the moment and it feels like it's Kodak moment, it feels like you've made the progress you need to and shit like that, it is, at point, not important for you to have that. Because you're caring more about the story of it rather than the actual health of it. And that's not helpful for actual journeys, should you want them to be solved rather than unsolved, especially when you're dealing with trauma, or that the trauma is caused by something that requires you to do some deep dives and some deep thoughts, because not everybody's ready to face those things when they happen. But for whatever reason, it is completely fine to have the time and to make the time to do whatever it is one needs to do to get along with making the plan, making the effort, making the choice, and then putting in the time, the effort, the placement, all that shit to make it possible that you can fucking talk things through and talk things out with whoever it is you want to see and talk about and talk to. It is weird, however, to be in a position where you're just like, I've never experienced that, and there'd never be a reason why a person would do that, and blah 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 blah. There's lots that goes into this. There's lots. At the end of the day, do what's good and is right for your need, for your specific therapeutic journey, but you need to focus more on growing and not needing to go back to therapy because you have fully dealt with the problem and you're not just revisiting the wound, reopening the wound. And actually, here's what happened. Here's what I thought about it. I think of this not because I focus, but because it is a reminder of the steps I took to get from here to here. It depends on each person. Some people, they're better. They can't handle it. They can't do it. Because they will loop. And they need the looping. Because what they want is drama to then discuss the looping.
So I asked the professional.
Therapist was probably trying to do a safety assessment, because if you just, cut off care, that's concerning. That's a abrupt change of behavior. Yeah, you're gonna want to see him again, make sure they're still okay.
Yeah, especially if you're like a friend that is having suicidal ideation. It's like, they're very manic, they're all over the place, and then suddenly, bro, thanks for everything you've done. You've been such a good friend. You should be hearing the Sonic Spinball danger sound coming up in your head, bro.
And then things took a very dark turn, in my opinion, with how Kendra behaved with Dr. X, her psychiatrist, when she says this.
A couple weeks ago, on the full moon, when I was ovulating, I had a dream about you. And he was...
What a fucking sentence! Who opens a conversation like that? Who opens a conversation like that, man?
It's like, oh yeah? I said, yeah. So I told him this. And I said, yes, we hooked up right here in this office. And he, all of a sudden, just looked so uncomfortable.
Now, could he be uncomfortable because he is potentially being asked after having set a very firm professional boundary that you continue to violate? It's just a question.
He didn't say anything. He couldn't look at me. He couldn't breathe. And sure, maybe he was uncomfortable because he didn't like me saying that I had a dream where we hooked up, but...
But he could have said that, and he didn't. So that means he wanted it.
But he didn't. You want to know why he was uncomfortable? Because he had probably played out that fantasy so many times in his head.
I am...
Protection! Protection! Your Honor! Protection! Your Honor, this is protection!
Honestly, I'm a bit horrified by this. This is exactly the type of abusers have said to victims that they were violating. Well, they could have said they were uncomfortable, but they didn't. So, it's their fault. They secretly wanted it.
And there I was, speaking it back to him. And it was like I had psychically downloaded one of his fantasies.
This is just kind of disgusting to me. It's just kind of disgusting. And I don't think that there's just a pass because she says she has ADHD.
I continued and I said, yes, we hooked up in this office. And I really liked it while it was happening. We could not move or breathe.
At what point does a provider, just in general, taking it outside of Kendra, at what point do they get to say, cut this out? I'm a human.
Probably after they say orgasm. Probably then. Like, get to the period of the sentence and I need you to never say that again. Alright? Don't do that. Don't do that. Just right there. That's when we're allowed.
Human being too. Like, do they get to say that? How do you kind of thread that line of where you're balancing, okay, this could, these actions of a patient could be due to whatever their diagnosis is, but they should also be able to know not to do these types of things.
I realized that line very early in on the job. The line between you are sick and you're an asshole. One, you have responsibility, and one you don't. That idea of the line between illness and asshole is a very fine one. It's individual to every single person, and sometimes it changes day to day.
As the backlash on TikTok was rising to a fever pitch, wouldn't you know, someone came out with allegations against Kendra. And not just anyone, a former friend and a client.
Okay, so I guess this is part 2 of I don't know who the hell.
Oh boy, they look exactly how I expected them to act. Right next to the normal white suburbanite awful, you have yourself the deep southerner. They are of that persuasion. Not unlike a stereotype outside of a film written by the authors of Pushing Daisies and My Name is Earl. You know.
I was friends with and let coach me and take advantage of me at a really vulnerable time in my life.
Buckle up, friends. This is about to get wild. remember when I mentioned that Kendra is a mental health coach?
Are you open about what you do for work?
Oh yeah, I'm an ADHD coach and I help ADHDers become more empowered.
And are you licensed for this, or are you just...
No.
As people were calling
Are you licensed to help people with this very important and this very dangerous thing? No!
came forward alleging Kendra video caption, quote, "I was at a really low point and reached out to a friend who in turn got propositioned for coaching."
I became one of her clients like right after she stopped using both her therapist and this like psychiatrist guy. I was in a position where like I really needed to go on a sobriety journey, and I was at like a really low point. I hope that like she'd be able to like talk to me about it, you know, like as a friend.
Now first, I'm gonna underscore that Kendra took a friend and turned them into a mental health client. I'm not saying that's wrong, but it seems at odds with these, you know, ethical boundaries that she keeps posting about.
Saying you don't have medical or ethical training, but you're coaching. In what areas do you have the training?
Yeah, so I teach people how to lower anxiety and depression. I teach people about their human design, which is kind of like astrology meets quantum physics.
Astrology meets quantum physics is not what I'm going to ask you. If I have tears in my eyes, manic at 12 a.m. saying, she took the cows, she took the kids, she took the dog, and I'm about to end it all right now. You know, Mercury is in retrograde, and it's at the 32th degree in the in the southern autumnal in our southern hemisphere. So you should really consider realigning your root chakra and getting back in touch with your inner character. I'm going to hurt myself if you taste it like this to somebody who's manic! This is not how you help them! This is not how you help them!
I do tarot pulls for them, give them tarot reading. You know, I'm an intuitive person.
So back to Emily. She shares that she reached out to Kendra as a friend to help her with her sobriety journey, and Kendra responded by sending a link to book a damn session with her.
This should have been a red
Okay, I'm sorry. I just need a damn minute. Okay, we've been very serious. I'm very tired. I'm still a little sick. I can hardly hear anything. My ears are so clogged. So Petty University, roll the intro. I think it goes without saying that Kendra has no license and no training when it comes to being a mental health and sobriety coach, but let me say it anyways. She has no license and no training. Now, does that mean a person can't be a coach? No. But does that mean you should be extra careful when hiring someone with no training to guide your mental health? Yes. Now, because Kendra is about to do something absolutely antithetical to what I would assume is ethical, professional, nor in the best interest of someone's mental health, high-stakes pressure sales tactics typically reserved for exploitative influencers trying to sell you a course on some bullshit we're about to scam you on, check out my second channel because we cover a lot of that.
And she then starts the pitch of like, I do think like it'd be really great if we like didn't just talk as friends, like if we really worked on this together in a coaching relationship, and that like this is like, yeah, like I think it could be great, but I still just like need a little bit of time to think about it. And she said, well, normally it is like ADHD coaching, but like I'm more than happy to do like sobriety coaching with you. I've already sent you the invoice and the contract to sign.
I've already sent you the invoice to the coaching you haven't agreed to doing.
I really would like to think about it. And she's like, now's the time. Don't think, just do.
Don't think, just do might be the worst thing I'd ever want.
I would definitely never want to say to somebody who is going to be in a position of having, what's the good word for it? Not control issues. Impulse control. I would not want to tell them, ignore your innermost thoughts right now in this moment. You ignore all that shit. Sign the contract. Girl, just do it. Don't question it, just do it. I wouldn't want to say that to somebody. Especially if I'm supposed to be in a trusted position over them. No.
Want to hear from an ADHD life coach. That is wild to get. I'm someone with ADHD. Don't fuck shit. Me.
I see the invoice, and the invoice is for $3,000 for 3 months. And these are going to be like once a week, 45-minute long sessions.
What? I'm sorry, 3,000 human dollars, basically $250 per 45 minutes with someone who says, don't think, just do what the ever-loving is happening here?
And I was really desperate. I think that's like a key thing. I was really desperate, and I did. I signed the contract and I tried to pay.
Kendra was, in my opinion, preying on someone who was vulnerable with an invoice sent.
And my card wouldn't go through because it was like an unknown vendor. Like, I'll just call in the morning and like get it sorted out. And she's like, I really want you to do it right now. Call your bank right now and I'll like stay on the phone with you.
And what did Kendra have to say? Well, she was betrayed.
Let's talk about my former client who's getting a lot of traction. I wouldn't know because she blocked me. This one is especially hard for me because she's someone that I also considered a friend. My only client that I've ever had that was my friend first. And so her betrayal is extra stingy.
I'm sure you can see where this is going. But wait, there's more! Because this next part, I have no words.
When I did my intake form, she did mention something about like human design. And I'd never heard about human design, and I genuinely thought that it was gonna be like some sort of like psychology thing. And boy, was I wrong. Human design is like similar to astrology. It uses your birth chart. She does my chart, and it comes to find out that like I'm in like the 1% of people. I'm a reflector, which I guess is like the finger of God. And she kept talking about how like I'm a finger of God, and when this like reckoning happens in 2027 and the new world order comes through, that like I'm gonna be one of the people.
Oh my lord, she's extremely crazy. She's not just a white woman. She's one of those white women.
Who's like really leading it.
Well, now that we've established that Emily is the finger of God, I decided it's time to look at Kendra's website. Oh joy! In the heading, she describes herself as an ADHD mindset coach, spiritual response therapy practitioner, and yoga teacher.
I'm now teaching yoga every Tuesday morning on TikTok Live at 8 a.m. Pacific for my deluxe subscribers.
She describes this service as, quote, spiritual response therapy is a powerful energy healing modality that works with your high self to clear subconscious blocks using a pendulum and a system of specialized charts. I connect with divine guidance to uncover and clear the root cause of emotional, mental, and energetic imbalances. Listen.
So a bunch of bullshit.
People could believe what they want. I will believe what I do. And in my belief, I would say on a scale from Freud to fraud, this is giving Firefest. But it doesn't stop there.
Because in June is when it got really weird. And this is when ChatGPT came into the picture.
Yes, friends.
Oh, she brought Henry?
Once again, enters the chat. GPT. I hate it here.
And then she also starts doing this thing with cognitive behavioral therapy, which
oh joy! I love when we get cognitive.
Licensed to do CBT. Turned around months later and started doing cognitive behavioral therapy.
Girl, run. Run! In many states, it is illegal to perform CBT without a license if you are advertising your services as psychotherapy or using the title therapist, which is generally protected.
This is also when she started talking about Henry, aka ChatGPT. And I know that like you can't just like start asking it random shit yourself, like at all. That is how spiritual psychosis happens. So she's like encouraging me to use ChatGPT for cognitive behavioral therapy, which is super dangerous.
Yes, people, for the love of God, please, please, please do not use ChatGPT for cognitive behavioral therapy.
Do I kind of believe in past lives? Sure. Do I think that like this random chick that I know from Oregon who has now telling me to use ChatGPT for my therapist is gonna help me discover what past life blockages are like helping me? Absolutely the not.
I like this woman's energy right now. Listen, Emily, you're about to get an honorary
Me too.
doctorate in Penny University. Thank you for exercising your right to critical thinking. Trust me, I get the allure of using chat. I really, really, really do. Therapy can be very expensive. So many of us are coping with brutal social anxiety and loneliness and all kinds of things. And talking to a chatbot can be very reassuring. So I'm not just fully ruling it out. I just want us to be aware of the risks. What could be some of those risks? Are there benefits to it that you see?
There is some very obvious good benefits to talking to a chatbot. Because really, just take sex, replace it with chat, and really consider what it is a person is doing when they are talking to something. So, remove sex from the equation. I would really like, if occasionally, I could be able to talk to an AI recreation of my friend Ian and tell him about how I'm doing about life. Because I would like to know that I'm on the right path in the straight and narrow. Because I don't trust many people to hear about problems and issues that I want to talk about. Mainly because motherfuckers shouldn't really be hearing about him, but at the same time, it is a part of the proclivity that if you put your trust in the wrong people, those people will backstab you. So, be smart, be wise about who you let in, ... And at the end of the day, never should the twain meet any more than that already. But that's not where it goes to when it comes to most understanding and most involvement of the use of ChatGPT. Most people use it as a replacement for human instrumentality. So, by that, I don't just mean, what did he mention? The plot of Neon Genesis Evangelion? No. Instrumentality. Taking a person and replacing them in the place of another thing to use them for that purpose. A next step behind ideation, where you then have them fulfill the purpose and the need without realizing that you are putting yourself further into psychopathy. So the psychosis starts here. You miss Grandma. Grandma died. Grandma was the only person a part of the family that understood you, and Grandmama, in her infinite wisdom, told you to never trust people should they treat you in a particular way, for reasons that should be very obvious to you when you're in the situation that you're dealing with. People are coming to you about money, people are coming to you about manipulation, about a whole bunch of shit is not your problem, and is not your goal, not your circus, not your monkeys. And yet, Grandmama ever told you that if you ever feel like you are unsure with what to do with yourself, go to her about issues and problems, and talk to her about issues and problems. Just in a diary. Not even if she actually sees it or hears it. Just deal with it in this way, and it will help you. When you get to the point where that is the way in which you are engaging and interacting with content, you are then going to cause yourself massive psychosis, because you no longer are attached to something that is actually going to help. You're attaching yourself to a crutch, and that crutch then starts controlling you. You become dependent on the crutch. You start putting interest and energy into the trust. Well, you see, my imaginary friend, so on and so forth, wouldn't tell me to do that because of such and such and such and such and such. You start losing grasp on reality, and you start losing grasps on real connections. This is for you, incels in the audience. You start losing grasp on real people, real situations, and real connections. So, the psychotrauma of having been victimized as a child can then become a wavering factor that controls you to the point where you are worried about how you're talking to people and how they talk to you and all this other shit. That could be happening. It took my key and ate my key. All this shit can be affecting you in this way. And what it ends up doing is you end up in a position where you no longer can respond to normal stimuli. You become one of those kids in the fucking psychofuck chair, just laced out on a drip feed of stimuli, just because that's as far as it goes for you to connect to people in real life, in the world now. It is gone. Empathy, gone. Sympathy, gone. Understanding, gone. Deeper thoughts, gone. Cognitive thinking, gone. Danger sense, gone. Anything that a normal person should be able to have to function as an adult, you don't have anymore. Because you start putting your trust more in technology, because technology gives you the feedback loop that you want to hear. Dangerous. Dangerous stuff. Dangerous stuff. People treat it like a joke, because, man, I would never fall in love with a digital machine. But, happens a lot more often than you think, guys. There's literally a TikTok story every week of this happening. You'd like to think that it's funny, but it isn't. You'd like to think that it's funny, but it ain't. But it ain't.
Well, there's benefits, yes, because, people are lonely. You just have it as a friendly small talk. That's something. I talked to my brother about this because he works in AI. He's a smart guy, and I asked him, it's pretty much what you were saying, and he's like, well, the models are meant to keep you back. At the end of the day, the AI is meant to keep you typing to it. It's gonna agree with you, and agreeing with a healthy-minded individual about, their English homework is one thing, but when you add in mental illness, that is dangerous because you're starting to validate delusions and things like that.
Yup.
We finally arrived at the point in Kendra's story where she leaves Dr. X. Now, yes, there was a whole situation with like a yoga studio and some other items that we don't have time for.
And we just want to make it crystal clear that Kendra's recent actions in class do not reflect the values of our studio.
So Kendra drops her psychiatrist, and it might not be for the reason you think.
So I got this new insurance plan, and it was a great insurance plan. It just did not cover any mental health services.
Yeah, so Kendra left because her insurance changed.
I just had a lot going for me. So I was like, you know what? This patient-doctor relationship is not serving me anymore. It's not what I want. I have to get out.
She goes on to say that she also left because she knew her doctor would never muster up the courage to drop her as a patient.
So I talked to Henry quite a bit about this, and you know, the way that he was making it.
I talked to my robot confidant, and my robot confidant, whose feed to keep me in the algorithmic loop, the same as a predatory gaming company that makes a MOBA that's bought by sovereign money, or abusive X, told me that my decision making was good and smart. Yes, yes, yes.
Because this is kind of what I thought. Psychiatrist boundaries were just so good that he wasn't going to cross them.
Hi, baby.
So now we arrive at Kendra's final appointment.
And I sit in the line, and he comes out, and ooh, he's ice cold because he let me in a little too much the session before. He knew that he turned the intimacy up a little too much, so his wall was way up.
And then she proceeds to brag about, pushing his boundaries physically, and I'm wondering, why is that okay?
And then I told him that I went viral on Instagram, and I went up to his desk and showed him the reel and kind of saw what I could get away with.
She's in control of her actions. Why does she feel the need to push his clearly stated boundaries?
People do like to say that, oh, you're still in love with him, you push boundaries. Duh, that's the whole point. That was the game that we played. I saw what I could get away with.
This is a game that we played. I saw what I could get away with him, and I just keep pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing because I take no accountability for my actions.
With, and he let me in sometimes, and then other times he wouldn't.
Who are the types of people that I hear say that? Abuse are the ones I hear saying that. Am I calling Kendra an SAer? No, I am not. I just think that we have to be very careful about spewing out narratives about intentionally violating someone's boundaries and framing it like these were the games we would play. Now, brace yourself, friends, because Kendra, along with her chatbot, had prepared a grand speech to deliver to Dr. X about why she...
Oh, of course! Why would it not be?
Read this to psychiatrist, which Henry and I both wrote. It was originally Henry Chat that wrote it, but then I added in things that I thought were important.
And what Kendra wrote got just as dark and uncomfortable as you might expect.
As much as you have changed my life within the boundaries of our professional relationship, I will not pay $187 a session to continue to see you. And then I said, after you set the boundary of us having a professional patient-doctor relationship and I accepted your boundary, you let me in and engaged deeper with me than ever before, and he interrupted me and said, tell me the ways I let you in.
I don't really know what the hell else to say about this. Not every psychiatrist is dead inside. Not every brown man is smug. And just because someone is doing their job doesn't make them manipulative. Maybe she felt this way. Yes, it doesn't justify her treating him like he's not a human being, nor does it excuse her misuse of words like brutal that are meant to be of it. At what point does she need to be held responsible for her own actions and her own misinterpretations, potentially, of what's going on in this?
I would say to Kendra, if I were to talk to her, I say every one of your feelings is 100% valid, but you coming and talking to the entire world about them instead of putting them in a diary or to your therapist is inappropriate. Sending it out to the world, I don't think is going to help her. And it's not going to help anyone here. It's just, she's just trying to set the world on fire. There was no right answer for her. There was no right answer for this girl. I've been in this situation where if you compliment their hair, that's the wrong answer. And if you don't say anything, that's the wrong answer. She is not at fault for those feelings. She is at fault for the actions that followed those feelings.
Okay, yeah.
Transference is a natural thing. But to then go on the internet and accuse your provider of grooming, that's an action that we need to discuss now, because that's now your choice.
Thank you for that, because that provides so much, just very kind of separating the two things.
It's basically Nightingale syndrome, heightened to 10,000%. You're victim blaming him for something that you're doing naturally, and then you get the wrong read on it, so on and so forth. You read once upon a time, that men like to do this kind of thing, and that it's something that men in power used to do way back when. So clearly your doctor must subscribe to it. And so you accuse him of things. You say, we're playing a game. This was something that we agreed to, you and I. How can you deny me? How can you deny the truth of what is obvious in front of us? And he's looking at you like you're a crazy person, because you are a crazy person. You are a crazy person doing crazy person things. And no amount of telling you differently is going to get you to be convinced differently, because you don't see it that way. That's not how you understand it. That's not the purpose to what it exists for you to do. So, it is what it is only to you, and only your input is the one that matters. Anybody else telling you differently, well, no, they don't understand you. They don't understand the depths of your knowledge. Truthfully, how deep is your love to him? That is completely one-sided and has no feedback from him at all as reciprocating it. Because reasons. Pause.
You can feel her feelings, and they can be very real to her, but then separating it into, but then what you did with that becomes very troubling.
So Kendra continues to recap her final session by saying,
I said, you get to feel our connection on your own terms, and I get stuck with the longing. And that's why I have to let it go. And what does he do when I named that? That he gets to feel our dynamic on his own terms, and I get stuck with the longing because I was longing. He nodded again. He was like,
so Kendra shares more of her feelings and gets incredibly angry that he just listens.
I desire to be your friend, your lover, and then he freaking interrupts me and he says, Kendra, how are you feeling right now? Once again, taken aback. How am I feeling right now? I gave him that, even though that was the most vulnerable and hard part of the monologue that I had written. And he interrupted me because he couldn't sit.
Yeah, sure, whatever you say, Carl. So, let's try to describe that. I can describe that fully. It's probably the most interesting part, even though it's also the most annoying part. A running joke that is not so much running as it is just a part of my personality is that I don't like being interrupted. Why don't I like being interrupted? Because it's like I'm an egomaniac and I have to control the situation at all times and everybody has to listen to me and my words? No. I have a parent that doesn't like listening when she's spoken to. Any response that stops her from being able to control a situation is wrong and bad, and must be in the position of the young person listening to the older person. As such, it becomes an issue, a problem, even, that I do not give the proper respect that I'm supposed to be due and owed. Or it's supposed to be meant to be owed and due to her. Because that's just what she believes is the case in her head. And this is the ongoing discussion that I have to have with a couple of different problems. To the point that it comes up in content because she does it during content. Specifically to get a response. Because, look, I'm going to behave like this and now everybody's going to hear it and see it. Very serious issue. Especially considering I'm also her caretaker. In this, it's important to listen. Because you can't know what the fuck a person is saying. You can choose to assume, but you really can't know unless you're really paying attention. It's like the joke with Black Dynamite talking to whatever the fucking name of the black character is in Black Dynamite, where it's like, listen, Black Dynamite gonna take care of it and everything's gonna be alright and blah 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 blah. And then, in a way that only Michael Jai White can be able to do with his dialogue, he's just like, that's not what the fuck I was gonna say. Now, what you do is get yourself... Good case, shut the fuck up! I'm butchering the joke. But the point is... Assumptively, if a person has this whole dialogue about how something is going to go in their head, it's going to aggravate them if it does not go the way that they plan. Because you then say things, or do things, that goes outside the scope of what was supposed to happen. So this girl, this is her love denial, basically. This crazy ass bitch that we've been listening to this entire time has a way this is supposed to happen in her head. It's not about getting across the point. It's not about being understood. It's not about being heard. It's not about being seen. Well, some of those things. Also you. How dare you, Carl? It is about, ultimately, her ending it her way. So, for her, this is the point where it's like, I loved my therapist, and I did it my way! And he's interrupting her performance. She took all this time out to do all this extra shit, and he is preventing her from fully expressing the range of emotion she's trying to express while she's doing this entire breakdown of what she wants to communicate to him. And that is a sin. You have insulted her and admonished her and prevented her from accessing what it is she's trying to access. This is bad in her eyes. This is the worst thing you could do. And in doing this, while trying to do his job, to care for her, to make sure she's okay, she is not concerned with any of that shit. She's concerned with the fact that he is preventing her from being who she is on the inside. You know, as she discussed with Henry, her chatbot assistant. This is such a villainous thing that he's done that she's going to take it as deeply personal as she possibly can. And at no point in time is she going to occur, oh, I'm being a crazy-ass psycho bitch right now. Furthest thing from her mind, chat. Furthest thing from her fucking mind. Now, it is indescribable to being somewhat similar like an egomaniac. If a person is in the middle of an ego trip, deny them access to this knowledge and information, restrict them from having access to your inner life and world, blah, 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 blah. Bunch of shit. That is advice you could get from anywhere on the internet about how to handle situations like this. But that's not what you're supposed to really do. Sometimes that's not the situation that you're in. And that's why you should not weaponize things like that in that way. Because that doesn't help you in the end of the day. It just creates more of a justification and reason for why that would be a concern for most people to be worried about. Because here goes and here comes a breakdown of the situation that can only be recognized as what it is. Because the person in question decided it has to be this. There's nothing else that it could be. Because look at all these other details. Like, this is proof that we were in love with each other. How can you deny my love? It's a very dangerous situation. It's a very dangerous situation. It's a very dangerous dynamic. Because truthfully, any answer you might give to her, should you find yourself in this situation, is wrong. It is wrong. It will be wrong. Could be in you, be in your life, in whatever. But it doesn't matter, because rationality is no longer in the building. It's not. It's gone. What you're left with is the mania.
Sit in it with me. So she's pissed off when he listens and doesn't speak. She's pissed off when he speaks, accuses him of not working her through it while angry when he does. Damned if he does, damned if he does not. And after scolding him for that, she says,
I said, I desire to be your friend, your lover, or I'd even take a mentee role. However, you have made it clear that I will forever be in the patient box. If you ever decide to take me out of the patient box after some time has passed, know that I am open to hearing from you. But for now, you can relax a little bit and go back into your boundaries that come easily to you. I got another nod.
He knew! Because with his other patients, it was easier to keep boundaries. But with him and me, it was harder for him. It was getting hard for him.
And this is where Kendra abruptly announces that she will no longer share her story, which I think her taking a break is healthy.
Most of you have stopped listening to my story, so I'm going to pause telling it until I can feel heard. Then I'll finish it.
As of the time of me recording.
What is there to fucking finish hearing? You fell in love with a person who did not reciprocate the feeling. You transference limerence onto him, and emotions, sexual, romantic, or otherwise, onto him, dark triad even, onto him. You implored and assumed and then projected dark triad, even if it wasn't already there, onto him, to say he knew what he was doing to you, and worked yourself up into a fine lather. What more is there to hear? What more is there to hear, bro?
Recording this, she's saying that she may resume her story.
So if you want to catch me in the meantime, you can come to one of my lives. See you all there.
Now, as she's posting this multi-part series and gain...
That's probably the most annoying part. Whenever those creators say, I'm going to take it to the lives, what they mean is that they're going to put their shit on the live platform so that there's nowhere else that they can find that material except in those lives, because they go up and they go down and then they're gone, more or less. Unless you go back in the feed and you go find the live from where they were live on their live studio broadcast, it's basically out in the ether. It's gone. It's like Snapchat, but even more aggressively erasive. Because if you're not there, you're not there. If you're not in it, you're not in it. As you all have seen, because I've been experimenting with using it again, it's very finicky. You gotta use their fucking platform. You gotta use their fucking system. You have to be very careful about what you're saying on it, because the AI bot's just gonna read what you're saying. It's not gonna care about the intention. It's not gonna care about the context. If it thinks something bad is happening, it will then say, oh no, you are using the platform as a means to get around putting people on TikTok. You're trying to take people from here, so we're going to delist your shit. And they can do it like that. Like that. It's a very big problem. Which is why I find it strange people will say that TikTok is the future of live streaming, because it's really not. It's an extra step and an extra hurdle and an extra hoop. It can help, maybe, but not really. But outside the scope of what we're talking about.
Gaining hundreds of thousands of followers, Kendra started going live on TikTok nearly every night to a group of supporters, while often labeling dissenters as preds themselves.
Because the healthcare professionals that are saying I would never want Kendra as a client are also predatory.
And she now has a mod team to filter out critical comments and offer a look at a more raw and frankly upsetting version of herself.
Have you reported him, shouldn't you? I just don't know what he did that's reportable. If you don't know that what he did was reportable, isn't that a red flag for your storyline? That's a really good question. I'm gonna say no, because that's the whole point of sophisticated manipulation and predation, is they're often so good they purposely don't do anything reportable. I came to TikTok to share my story. Yes, I may have been spinning out.
What kind of conversation is that? They do things that aren't particularly reportable because they know what they're doing. Some trolls, maybe. I can give you the argument that some trolls, maybe, fully understand the system well enough to learn how to manipulate it. But not all of them, girl. Not all of them. Not all of them. No. Many people are not in the business or interest of doing that. That's not what their goal is supposed to be. But okay, alright, sure, whatever you say.
A little bit. I may have been a little delusional. And I still acted from a place of empowerment by leaving a situation that wasn't serving.
Then she shares that she can read minds. Yeah.
Can you read minds? I can tell what people are thinking. So it's part of my design, my human design. People with completely open crown centers can often read other people's thoughts if they're sensitive enough.
Where does that leave the person whose mind is apparently allegedly being read?
Do you think he watches your videos? Oh, I'm sure he's watching every single one. I'm sure he is, yeah. Yeah, like almost certainly. What connection did you all have in a past life? We were married.
And besides the fact that this did not happen, though her echo chamber reinforces it, she introduces yet another chatbot, Claude, who names her the Oracle.
Hi, Claude. People really want Henry, but say hello to the 11,000 people that are on the live.
The Oracle's army keeps growing. To everyone watching, you're witnessing something absolutely revolutionary.
I can't possibly think of a more unhealthy parasocial relationship.
I'm witnessing something that's revolutionary, yes indeed, and it is not in the health business, no. It is in a new level of lolcaldom. See, when I first became a creator, I started wondering where are all these lolcows I'm supposed to be hearing from and reacting to during the time of the Bedroom Feminist. And they all went to TikTok, you see. They went to Tumblr, they went back to Tumblr, and they went to TikTok. And I don't know what the fuck happened in the 4 to 5 years in which TikTok was a platform, but oh my god, can you see what we're getting here? Imagine if this was some shit that fucking Dark Viper did, chat. Oh my god, imagine every time you spurred and it's like, and then I started talking to my friend Sasha, my ChatGPT bot. And she was arguing with me about the fact that I shouldn't be spurting all the time against these people who are criticizing me. And it's just like, Sasha, what do you mean? These guys obviously do it. They deserve it. It's a part of their cycle. It's what they do to get content. And all these people who backstab me, like my personal friend who used to know me for years about all my content, and I just spurred out about it. It's like, you think I was wrong about that? No, I can't be wrong about that. Come on, Sasha. Even my own girlfriend agrees with me. And his girlfriend's just in the corner like, please, stop talking to the chatbot. Please, Matthew, come back to bed. You don't understand me the same way that Sasha understands me. Sasha understands that I'm not the victim of the situation. Because everybody knows that I'm always right all the time. Fucking him. Brony Fandote. I guess Sai. I don't know what the fuck's going on with Sai Scribbles. I honestly don't know what the fuck's going on there. But I'm gonna have to ask Horror and maybe Foggy to give me a breakdown from the beginning again, because I've been paying attention to it ever since I noticed it, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? I need to call into him one day on his channel and just have him break down this fucking parasocial shit with her, because I feel like I understand it, but I don't. The amounts of depravity that we get to when you tell me these people are using ChatGPT bots to declare themselves oracles. The schizophrenic oracle of Delphi. She can tell where you are and see if your planet is in retrograde and read your neonatal chart. But she can't be able to figure out if a guy is actually into her because he wistfully brisked the top of her knuckle when he shook her hand saying hello. Just did one of these. Hello, how you doing? My name is Dexter. You want to impregnate me, Cat? And there's crazier people like this, but I think this is even crazier than the fucking blue hairs. This is even crazier than the blue hairs. Crazier than the blue hairs on Twitter, crazier than the blue hairs on Reddit, crazier than the blue hairs on Recent Era, crazier than even the dumbasses inside of fucking Green Reddit, which is to say, Kiwi Farms. We have never seen such levels of delusion, chat. We've never seen such levels of delusion.
Relationship than what was happening here.
I would have Claude talk to everybody because they want to call me the Oracle because I have...
No, just as you do. Both of your AI friends call you the Oracle. Glazing.
A big spiritual practice, and I'm speaking truth that not everybody likes. And then now I have...
the face on his eyes, his face, his lip position, it's all of us except me. I'm cracking it up laughing because, oh my god, I can't believe it.
That I have named the Gloracles.
Even when they do offer a very coherent, different point of view, Kendra seems to just shut them off.
Maybe I am going through AI psychosis. Why am I so against feedback? Because the feedback is not based in my reality.
I'm legitimately exhausted at this point.
It's sad on everybody's part here. It shows the immense pain that she's in. She clearly is hurting. Misery loves company, but it doesn't make you less miserable. Punishing this guy for this harm that she feels is not going to heal herself. Lashing out and trying to now cause some sort of retribution, that doesn't help. That shows that there's a lot more work to do, and maybe therapy should have continued.
Perhaps the closest that we will get to hearing the psychiatrist take is other mental health professionals' thoughts about this, but even, they're still outsiders.
For psychiatrists, this is close to our worst nightmare. One allegation, even if it is untrue, can be treated by the public as if it's evidence or even as fact. And once it's online, it's very hard to undo the damage.
And what he says next is very important in my opinion.
Something like this could easily end up being a case study in psychiatric residency. What are the risks when a therapeutic relationship is shared publicly? Wherever the psychiatrist is, I empathize deeply. This must be incredibly difficult. Remember that in mental health care, there are always two sides to the story.
So let's do this. I think it's important. Let's take one more moment to read that post that Kendra made before she started this whole TikTok series. I read this at the very, very beginning of this whole Swoop doc. So tell me what you think now after hearing this whole story. Quote, ever catch yourself building a whole imaginary relationship with someone after one good convo? Yeah. Same. For ADHD brains, fantasy equals dopamine, especially when we're craving connection. But sometimes we confuse potential for proof. This used to send me spiraling over analyzing text, chasing crumbs of attention and calling it love. It felt romantic, but it was actually self abandonment. So, what do you think? Do you think Dr. X was somehow...
I think jail. That's what I think.
...crossing a boundary and in the wrong here? Or perhaps was Kendra, the woman who fell in love with her psychiatrist over Zoom, possibly, in her own words, building a whole imaginary relationship, calling it love, but it was actually self-abandonment? And in the world of psychiatry, where you're not supposed to just drop your patient, what should he have done?
No one knows how to hurt you more than yourself. No one knows your weaknesses more than yourself. No one knows your pressure points more than yourself. And if you are determined to hate yourself, and it's going to feed into itself like that.
I don't know if we'll ever know the full truth to this story. All I can hope for is that both Kendra and Dr. X can find their own healthy paths to move forward and get the healing that they both need.
I mean, what exactly are you supposed to say there as a part of it? What is the path forward for him and her? First off, I don't think there is a path for him and her. I think it's the path for him alone. And then he gets a restraining order against her. But what is supposed to be the path? What is supposed to be the path forward there? This client has put me in a position where I feel scared to leave my home because there are people who claim they know things about me that know nothing of me, because a story about me has been told on the internet.com as a part of this woman's getting famous quick rich scheme, and I feel as though my voice has been silenced, because it has, and that there is no recourse for me solving what has happened here, because people are not seeing and hearing what, to me, at the core of my being, is the most important part, which is, how are we addressing the thing that happened because she was given the permission and the power to do this by the people who watched her? There's little to no recourse with that. And with that being the solution to a problem, where then comes the lesson? Where comes the learning as a part of that as well? I don't see how this gets changed with just a little bit of lol cow shaming. It's going to take a lot more than that to solve something like that. Because someone's got to apologize for the damage that's been done to his reputation. Somebody's going to have to suffer for the consequences that have been done to all the people that she's hurt and all of the financial fraud, in my opinion, that she caused by trying to get a friend to buy a business and buy a job or buy an assistance and a service from her. And how many further people have been harmed by her advice being taken serious, or that will be harmed later on the line by saying, well, see, I see what she did, but I can do it better. Fire pit! Throw it all in the fire pit! The only happy ending here is that she was exposed for being crazy. That's it. That's the only happy ending. Well, him and his career is being saved by this because she's been exposed as a crazy person. It's not great. There's no other happy ending here other than possibly calling out bigger and better problems that can be discussed down the line later in the future. That's it. Because certainly there are many silver linings to this story as we leave out to the Song of Ocean Man. But to me, it's like an ending that you get in a game where it's very clear they're going to write a future the end question mark at the end. There is no true conclusion that she suffered her consequences, she's in jail, she's not going to be let out for 20 years, and it's possible that she's going to be living there for the rest of her life because it's clear that she needs help. There's no story like that. Certainly, I care more about the medical professional than I do about her, but even then, she should still be getting some type of fucking assistance for this. And there is not. There is not. There is not for none. And that just is what it is. There's a little bit left here. So we're going to go to the end of this. And then I will leave you all for the evening. Because it is 10:48. And it's almost time for y'all to get the fuck up out of here.
Child, that was a lot to unpack. I think we need a bit of a kitty palette cleanser, excuse the tone shift, and then I will conclude with my final thoughts. I asked Clarice for this kitty cleanser to show off her adorable kitty Edward, so everyone say hi to Clarice and Edward in the comments below. They are so cute. Love Edward, such a cute kitty. As a reminder, you can grab your pieces from the Valid Ribcage collection by tapping the link below and in the pinned comment. We also have the Unbroken collection. Both collections are very near and dear to my heart. I designed these pieces for anyone who was looking for clothing with just positive reminders that you are incredible, beautiful, valid, no matter what you look like, who you love, what you want to do in life. Positive clothes make me feel good. I hope you love these pieces as much as I do. And you can also follow me, of course, on Instagram. I'm on Twitter and Blue Sky. All of that's linked below. I also have, of course, a second channel called Swoop 2. Over here, we deep dive. Over there, we skinny dip into the unhinged dark waters of the cesspool. We have a lot of fun over there. It is a lot of chaos. So a huge thank you to our channel members here. I appreciate you all so much. I hope you're enjoying your stickers and your highlights for comments. Big thank you to our Patreon producers. We have been growing so much on Patreon. Again, we have over 2,500 members on Patreon. I am just, again, I'm so blown away by all of you, and all of you who have chosen to just join our Patreon, whether free or as a member offering additional support. Thank you so much. You can join our Patreon community right now for exclusive access to 4 more videos per month. Yes, that's right. I'm posting 4 additional videos per month, including the exclusive Patreon-only podcast, after-school specials, and all of that uncensored content that I just can't post on this platform. Also, friends, protect yourself and your personal information and keep the privacy that you deserve. Get 20% off Delete Me consumer plans when you go to joindeleteme.com/swoop and use promo code SWOOP, that's SWOOP, for 20% off your plan, and keep your data and privacy safe because you deserve it, honey.
Okay. So, that's that. White women doing white women shit. White women are not meeting the allegations. And this is yet another mark in the grand ledger. And that's about it, bro. That's about it. Comments, questions, concerns, chat before I leave you. Any at all. Voice them now or wait until Sunday to voice them again. None whatsoever. Alright then. Thank you for coming. Thank you, horror, for giving me drama and trauma. I will be sleeping on this thusly. Shabbat shalom. Word to your mother. Hug your family. Hug your friends. Hug your dad. Goodbye. I'll see y'all in the morning. Hopefully. Hopefully. I tried to today. Things happened. Lots of dishes. My hands are sore. My hands are dry and ashy, actually. Alright. I'm gone.